Chapter 1. Little girl, give me a good time, or I'll give you a good time too. What do you mean? Watch me slap you with the banknotes. In Biyao town, in an elegant room on the second floor of Jadeite Pavilion, a charming lady sat on each of Yang Chen's legs. At this moment, Yang Chen retracted his hand from the lady's buttocks and threw a few banknotes on the table with a proud smile. When the two brothel ladies saw the banknotes, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly rubbed their snow-white chests on Yang Chen's arm. They giggled and said, "Master Yang, you're so generous. Tonight, we sisters." At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. A servant squeezed to the side of the young man. Ignoring the sweat on his forehead, he whispered, "Young Master Chen, the third son-in-law has passed away." Yang Chen was startled. After a while, he calmed down and said, "Goldie, seeing that you've been loyal to me all these years, I'll give you these two beautiful ladies tonight. I'll be leaving first." Goldie was shocked, then he almost fainted from happiness. Walking on the street, Yang Chen thought to himself, although my old man leads a befuddled life and is 10 times better than me, he's not even 40 years old. It looks like he can live for another 10 years. Why did he kick the bucket today? He quickened his pace and quickly returned to the Yang clan. There were two overlords in Biyao town, the Bai clan and the Yang clan. The Yang clan occupied almost half of the resources in Biyao town. They were the real tyrants. Generally speaking, being born in such a clan was a blessing in life. But it wasn't the case for Yang Chen. The old ancestor of the Yang clan was talented when he was young. His cultivation was unfathomable. He built an illustrious foundation in Biyao town and had many children, making the Yang clan a great clan. Yang Chen's mother was the daughter of the old ancestor. She was ranked third in the family. She was extremely talented and everyone in Biyao town knew her. However, Yang Chen's father was someone who married into Yang Chen's family. Yang Chen didn't know how flirtatious he was when he was young, but ever since he could remember, his father had been drinking all day and was muddle-headed. He was abandoned alone in a simple and crude cottage, eating and waiting for death. The son of a useless father was also unlucky. Yang Chen was a dispensable character in this big clan. Not only was he treated coldly, his mother also treated him as if she had never given birth to him. Thus, he was free since he was young, and had an unrestrained nature. Relying on the halo of the Yang clan, he was able to eat and drink outside, and bully people and women. His days had always been pretty good. Ignoring the cold stares of the guards, Yang Chen entered the Yang clan through the side door. The Yang family's courtyard was filled with pavilions and beautiful flowers, displaying the elegance and heritage of a large family. After walking a few steps, two people walked over from the opposite side. The one in front was a tall and sturdy young man wearing a white brocade robe. He was Yang Chen's second uncle's eldest son, his cousin Yang Zhan. Behind Yang Zhan was a distant cousin named Chen Lu. He had a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks, and his back was bowed as he looked at Yang Zhan with a fawning expression. When he walked in front of Yang Chen, Yang Zhan suddenly blocked his way. "I heard that your useless old man is done for." Yang Zhan mocked Yang Chen, his face full of ridicule. Yang Zhan's reputation in Biyao town wasn't weak. At the age of 17, he had already broken through 4 dragon veins, reaching the 4th level of the dragon vein realm. Yang Chen and these outstanding youngsters of the Yang clan had never been the same kind of person. They had been nurtured by countless resources since they were young, and had the clan's cultivation scriptures to choose from, but Yang Chen didn't have any. His mother didn't care about him, and it was even more impossible for others to give him anything. Back then, when he was young, he participated in body tempering with the other clansmen, and advanced rapidly, suppressing everyone. However, he didn't have any cultivation scriptures, and in addition to being disheartened, he stopped cultivating. He was unable to break through 1 dragon vein, and enter the 1st level of the dragon vein realm. Yang Chen also secretly tried, but he didn't have any cultivation scriptures, and no one to guide him. The path of cultivation was difficult to take even an inch forward. "Why are you silent?" I said that your father is useless. Are you still not convinced? Standing in front of Yang Chen, Yang Zhan looked down at him with ridicule. It wasn't that Yang Chen hadn't been bullied like this before. He had endless glory outside, but once he returned to the Yang clan, he was like a dog. He knew his own limits, so he usually tolerated it. However, today, he didn't know if it was because of his dead father's departure. Although he looked happy on the surface, he was extremely annoyed. Get out of my way. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen raised his head to look at him and said in a cold voice. Brother, how can you use this tone to talk to your elder brother? Are you dissatisfied with me? You're ignorant and incompetent, and ruined the Yang clan's reputation. As your elder brother, it's only right for me to teach you a lesson, isn't it? Yang Zhan said with a smile. Not allowing Yang Chen to argue, he punched Yang Chen's lower abdomen, and left with a cold smile. Yang Chen cried out in pain, and fell to the ground. Once Yang Zhan left, Chen Lu immediately ran over. When he passed by Yang Chen, he turned around and spat at him. Yang Chen twitched on the ground in pain, and hurriedly dodged it. Io, you dodged it? Cousin, this dog of yours is quite agile. After mocking Yang Chen for a while, Chen Lu followed Yang Zhan's footsteps. Seeing this scene, the surrounding maids were used to it, and didn't find it strange. No one cast a sympathetic look at Yang Chen. Instead, they left playfully. Yang Chen got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Yang Zhan and Chen Lu's backs as they left. His eyes that were filled with spirit were filled with a trace of ruthlessness. Martial artist, if I were a martial artist, if I reached the dragon vein stage, I'll definitely take revenge. Yang Zhan, and dog servant Chen Lu, I'll remember today's humiliation. Don't give me a chance, or you'll die miserably. Clenching his fist, Yang Chen walked towards his father's place. In the past 10 years, he remembered everyone who had humiliated him. If there was a day where he could make a comeback, he would definitely make those people's jaws drop, and never have peace. This was him. In Yang Chen's circle of friends, those who were familiar with him called him the Smiling Tiger, or the Black-Hearted Wolf. Yang Chen's father's name was Long Qinglan. His name was elegant, and it was said that he was extremely coquettish when he was young. Yang Sanyang and Yang Shueqing from the Yang family, who were such peerless beauties back then, lost their souls to him. Walking into the crude door, Long Qinglan was surrounded by a group of servants, lying on the ground with a dark face. The room reeked of alcohol and urine, and the stench was unbearable. He's here. Seeing Yang Chen's arrival, the maids whispered and left. It seemed that they had completed their mission. At this moment, Yang Chen's gaze stopped on Long Qinglan. This man had long collapsed, and Yang Chen had long foreseen this ending. Squatting down, he looked at his dark face. What kind of person are you? For the past 16 years, I don't think I've ever understood you, and I haven't understood you either. Sadly, standing here today, I feel like we're strangers. Father, father. I guess I'm the legendary unfilial son. I can't even shed a tear when you passed away. He used to think that he was heartless, but now he felt bitter. After staying for a while, footsteps came from outside, and Yang Chen snapped back to reality. A beautiful woman wearing a light red dress with her hair tied up high walked over, surrounded by a group of people. She turned to look at Long Qinglan's corpse, and sighed. This ill-fated relationship has ended. Yang Chen, he's your father. For the sake of our relationship, find a place to bury him. Having said that, she didn't look at Yang Chen again, and walked straight away. Yang Chen smiled, as he was used to it. He looked at Long Qinglan with a mocking gaze, and said, Father, you're quite a handsome man. When you were young, you were famous for your beauty, and countless beauties fell for you. Who would have thought that after you died, your woman would come and take a peek at your dead body? He was sad, but he couldn't show it. Yang Chen didn't care about anything else, and carried Long Qinglan's corpse on his back, ignoring the strange gazes of the people in the mansion, and walked out of the mansion. He got a carriage, and Yang Chen personally acted as the coachman, sending Long Qinglan to the outskirts of the town. They found a forest with a nice view, and Yang Chen got off the carriage to look around. This place is beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It's the perfect place for you to rest. Also, the Yin energy is heavy here, so there must be a lot of female ghosts. If you're still coquettish after death, get me a second or third mother. The environment here is elegant, so it's the best place to have sex. No matter what, I, Yang Chen, am still your son. Half of my flesh and blood were spat out by you. But you died early, and I'm useless. The only way to repay you is to bury you here. If you become a ghost and have mana, please bless me so that I can continue living happily when you're free. Looking at Long Qinglan's dark face, he was stunned for a while, and finally, a drop of tears flowed out. Yang Chen hurriedly wiped it away, and without saying a word, he used his fingers to dig a grave on the warm ground. Although he was incompetent, he was quite talented. Ever since he started body tempering a few years ago, he still hadn't fallen behind. A big hole wasn't a problem for him. Just when he was about to bury Long Qinglan suddenly opened his eyes. Yang Chen shouted, and pushed his father into the muddy hole. Looking at the person in the hole, Yang Chen was frightened, and stuttered, "Dad. Dad, I didn't say anything bad about you. I dug this hole today, but I wanted to let you rest in peace." Long Qinglan flipped over, and scolded, "Rest in peace my ass, I'm not even dead yet, and you're already trying to bury me. Little bastard, I came back to life to tell you one thing, there's a dragon-shaped jade pendant in my dantian. After I die, dig my dantian and take out the dragon-shaped jade pendant, and I'll be free from this life." Chapter 2. It took Yang Chen a lot of effort to move Long Qinglan and let him lean against the tree trunk. This old man faked his death. After observing for a while, Yang Chen realized that Long Qinglan wasn't affected at all. He was so frustrated that he wanted to punch his father. Long Qinglan glared at him. "Don't think that I've come back to life. I'm awake to tell you a few things. Listen up, if you miss out on anything, I'll make sure you die without descendants even as a ghost." Yang Chen rolled his eyes. He hadn't heard this guy speak before, but he didn't expect him to speak in the same style as him. It seemed like it was inherited. "Alright, I know you're fine. You look normal today. Let's get it out of here." Long Qinglan chuckled, "I've seen you a few times in the past. You do have the same style as I did when I was young. I'll make it short. The first thing you need to do after I die is to take out the dragon-shaped jade pendant from my dantian." Yang Chen was startled at the mention of the dragon jade. "Father, do you think I'm an idiot? How are you still alive if there's a jade in your dantian?" "Bullshit. Do you think I'm alive? I came to Biyao town alone 18 years ago. No one in your mother's generation was a match for me. Otherwise, why would a beauty like you sleep with me? But because of this dragon jade, my true chi in the 8th level of the dragon vein was sucked dry within half a year. I've been a cripple ever since." So there was a story like this. Yang Chen really didn't know about it. Judging from the old man's agitation, it shouldn't be a lie. But what kind of dragon jade could make someone lose all their true chi? More importantly, this old man used to be a super expert in the 8th level of the dragon vein? What did it mean to have such an achievement at such a young age? It was said that humans had the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon, so the 9 major blood vessels in the human body were called the dragon veins. When they were refined to the extreme, they could sense the heavens and earth and devour the energy in order to produce true chi. Only by breaking through the 9 major dragon veins could one become a top expert. That was why there were 9 levels of the dragon vein. As far as Yang Chen knew, one of the strongest people in Biyao town, his cheapskate grandfather, who was known as a peerless expert, was only in the 9th level of the dragon vein stage. Ignoring Yang Chen's doubtful expression, Long Qinglan continued in a serious tone, "I've made the first thing clear. The second thing is, to change your surname. From now on, your name will be Long Chen. Our Long family is the overlord of this world. The descendants of the Long family can't take on another family's surname. Super overlord? You can fool children, but don't try to fool me. Fine, your surname is Long, so be it. Yang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect this old man to make such a joke. However, it just so happened that he didn't want to use the surname Yang for a long time. Although his father was a good-for-nothing, the surname Long could still be used. Long Chen was his new name. He recited it a few times in his heart and felt that it wasn't bad. Seeing the old ghost reveal a knowing smile, Long Chen suddenly felt that he was actually quite happy today. He sat beside Long Qinglan and leaned his shoulders against each other. You're my son. It's not too much to call you Chen. I've been able to control the wind and rain all my life. I've dominated the dragon sacrificial continent, but I didn't expect to die in a place like Biyao town. Is there something wrong with your brain today? I know your life like the back of my hand. Don't brag in front of me. Oh yeah, let's not go back to the Yang family. With my capabilities, it shouldn't be hard to feed a drunkard like you if we move to another place. What do you think? Long Chen said as he looked at the flowers and trees in the distance, waiting for his father's reply. However, there was no movement for a long time. He was stunned and immediately turned his head, only to see Long Qinglan looking at him with tears in his eyes. Old ghost, why are you being stared at by a man with tears in his eyes? Long Chen didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Although he had a cheap mouth, the man in front of him was his father. Chen. Long Qinglan raised his head and said, I wasn't a good father. I didn't bear the slightest bit of responsibility as a father, so I made you walk the wrong path. I don't want to tell you about many things, including what you'll face in the future. If you reach that realm, you'll naturally be able to experience it for yourself. And the last thing I want to tell you in this life, you better clean your ears and listen carefully. That is, in this cruel world, your strength is everything. A man without strength is equal to a dog. After I die, I hope that becoming stronger will be your life's pursuit, because it was my life's pursuit as well. It's just that fate played a joke on me. Long Chen was a little dazed after hearing such a serious entrustment. Long Qinglan patted his head hard, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, I've said what I need to say, so I'll leave you with one last thing. Next, the Yang family will have a clan meeting where the younger generation of disciples will compete. The final champion will be able to obtain the Yang family's greatest secret technique, Dragon Seal. This Dragon Seal is the key to you becoming a dragon warrior, so you have to get it no matter what. Remember, Long Chen had indeed heard of this clan meeting, but it had nothing to do with him. I can defeat a few hooligans with my strength, but participating in the clan meeting is purely a disgrace to you. Also, old man, what's this dragon warrior you're talking about? Dragon warrior. This is a long-lost legend on the dragon sacrificial continent. After saying this, Long Qinglan wore a smile on his face, his eyes full of yearning, but his hand on Long Chen's shoulder hung limply, without a sound. Long Chen was just about to ask what the dragon sacrificial continent was, but he saw Long Qinglan's arm hanging limply. He panicked and hurriedly supported Long Qinglan. Although his eyes were still open and his face was still smiling, Long Chen realized that he had already lost his vitality. This time, he was actually really dead. Long Chen's mind was a mess. A day ago, he could accept Long Qinglan's death, but when he was looking forward to bringing this old ghost away to live a carefree and happy life, he was actually left alone. Long Chen lowered his head in pain. Listen to me, if you miss even one thing, I'll make you die without descendants even after I become a ghost. I'm not a good father, I didn't bear the slightest bit of responsibility as a father. In this cruel world, your strength is everything. A man without strength is equivalent to a dog. After I die, I hope that becoming stronger will be your lifelong pursuit. His words reverberated in his ears over and over again. Long Chen never expected that one day, he would actually experience such a painful parting between life and death. He originally thought that he had long lost his heart, but where did this heart-wrenching pain come from? Until late at night, when he confirmed that this man would never wake up again. Only then did Long Chen prepare to bury him. Looking at the emaciated face of the man in the grave, Long Chen silently clenched his fists. Dad, I remember everything you said clearly, and will do as you say. Even if I become a cripple for the rest of my life, I will still do as you say. I've already changed my surname, but the matter of the dragon seal still has to wait. Becoming stronger isn't something that can be done in a day. He thought of what Long Qinglan said about digging out the dragon jade in his dantian. He's already dead. If I destroy his corpse, it will be a crime of treason. He was about to give up, but then he thought better of it. No, this dead man said that the dragon jade was torturing him, and he repeatedly reminded me of it. There must be something else going on. Long Chen wasn't a wishy-washy person. Taking out his dagger, he looked at Long Qinglan again, took a deep breath, and cut open his dantian. Sure enough, there was a black jade pendant inside. Long Chen placed the jade pendant on the ground, then cleaned up Long Qinglan's corpse, covered it with soil, and erected a tombstone. After 3 kowtows and 9 bows, he sat to the side and looked at the strange jade pendant in his hand. This was the mysterious dragon jade that Long Qinglan had spoken of. You were the one who sucked up all his true energy and ruined his life? The mysterious dragon jade was a jade pendant in the shape of a dragon. There were some strange patterns on it, and it was completely black. It looked very ordinary, and even a little old. Long Chen couldn't figure out how this thing could have tormented Long Qinglan for his entire life. At this time, the sky was already dark. Moonlight sprinkled down, and fog gradually spread through the forest. The mysterious dragon jade in Long Chen's hand began to emit a faint light. Long Chen was startled when he discovered that the dragon jade in his hand had disappeared. What's going on? Before Long Chen could react, he felt an explosion in his head. His consciousness appeared within a gray fog. The fog was churning non-stop, and the sound of wind kept blowing. Long Chen could not tell up from down, down from left, and could only look at his surroundings in shock. This is exactly the same as the Sea of Consciousness described in the books. The Sea of Consciousness is the hiding place of the soul, and only after becoming a cultivator and opening the heart's eye can one see the Sea of Consciousness. What's going on with me? Long Chen's heart was filled with shock. He frantically ran through the Sea of Consciousness, but he felt that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape from this endless fog. At this moment, Long Chen saw a pitch-black ancient dragon-shaped jade pendant floating in front of him, emitting a misty light. Opening his eyes, Long Chen's eyes were filled with shock. This mysterious dragon jade has entered my Sea of Consciousness. Is it trying to suck my true energy? Long Chen was shocked. No, I don't have any true energy at all. Is it trying to suck my fart? Just then, a majestic energy surged out of the mysterious dragon jade, crossing the boundary with the soul and appearing in Long Chen's dantian. This majestic heat made Long Chen feel refreshed. True energy. Disclaimer: authors are divided into 2K and 3K groups. This book is 3K, and every chapter is 3,000 words. This book is updated 3 times a day, and there are a total of 10,000 words. This is equivalent to 5 chapters in 2K, so don't use 2K group's number of chapters to compare with mine. Disclaimer 2, brothers and sisters, please call me Son of Wind, because I'm a madman when I update. P.S. Readers on the mobile WAP website, if you like this book, please recommend it and leave a review. It doesn't take much effort, but it can give me a lot of motivation. Thank you. Chapter 3. While Long Chen was still in a daze, the mysterious dragon jade released a powerful burst of Jinqi and appeared in his dantian. Where did all this Jinqi come from? Could it be that the dragon jade absorbed it from my father? Long Chen was only at the pinnacle of body tempering. With so much Jinqi, it was beyond his ability to control. The energy was released from his limbs and bones, causing the dust around him to fly into the air. A wave of heat surged in his chest. Long Chen cried out in pain and clenched his teeth tightly. At this moment, he was already drenched in sweat. The Jinshi in his dantian rumbled violently, looking like it would explode at any moment. If this continued, he would definitely die from the explosion. Thinking about how he would die without a corpse, Long Chen's eyes turned red. I'm not someone who will die so easily. Dragon Vein? Charge. After body tempering was the 9 levels of Dragon Vein. A martial artist's dantian would produce Jinshi, and when there was enough Jinshi, they would be able to gather enough energy to transform into a divine dragon and break through the first dragon vein. At this moment, the Jinshi in Long Chen's dantian was more than enough. Break. Gritting his teeth, sweat splattered on the ground. He let out a furious roar, and the Jinshi in his dantian transformed into a dragon under his powerful will. With a roar, it charged towards the dragon vein. With a loud bang, the dragon vein was blasted open by the Jinshi. Countless Jinshi surged into the dragon vein like a raging flood. Under the impact of the Jinshi, the originally tightly shut dragon vein widened inch by inch. In the process of collision, the Jinshi that was like a divine dragon also grew crazily. Pop! A quarter of an hour later, a dragon vein was suddenly connected. His Jinshi was like a dragon, circulating through the dragon vein several times before returning to his dantian. However, the Jinshi that had returned to his dantian was still extremely violent. The powerful energy caused Long Chen's entire body to swell uncomfortably. The first dragon vein has been opened. I've actually reached the first level of dragon vein. However, the Jinshi in my dantian is extraordinarily strong. I, Long Chen, will also have to give it a try today. He knew in his heart that it was almost effortless for him to clear the first dragon vein just now. With such a great momentum, he obviously couldn't let it go. In front of his father's grave, he gritted his teeth and headed towards the second dragon vein. The amount of Jinshi required to clear the second dragon vein was several times more than the first. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's cultivation to Dragon Vein realm. Even if the experts of Biyao town spent their entire lives and the wealth of their entire clan, they still wouldn't be able to create an expert beyond Dragon Vein realm. His true chi was like a dragon, majestic and mighty. In front of his father's grave, he could be considered to have thrown caution to the wind today. Gritting his teeth, a huge amount of true chi pushed into the dragon vein layer by layer. The opening of the second dragon vein was much more difficult. If he failed, he would have to start all over again. After a quarter of an hour, Long Chen had only opened a distance of about 10 inches. By this time, he was already completely exhausted. However, thinking of his father's words, thinking of the tears in his father's eyes before he died, Long Chen felt that the pain and suffering he was going through now was nothing. Since that dead ghost wanted me to become an expert, and I've already agreed to it, with my personality, Long Chen, I'll do whatever you want even if I have to sacrifice my life. Today, I'll break through the second dragon vein and make you look at me in a different light. At the same time, he thought of the Yang clan members who had humiliated him in the dark, as well as everyone who had mocked him. Forget it, I'm not a cruel person. Whoever has humiliated me before, if I'm lucky enough to surpass you, I'll just humiliate them back. Pop. 2 hours later, the second dragon vein was finally opened. Majestic Jinshi surged through the 2 dragon veins, sending it to every part of Long Chen's body, nourishing it. Even more Jinshi settled in his dantian, using it as his base. Jinshi flowed through his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Long Chen felt that his eyes and ears had never been clearer before. Although it was night, he could see much more than before, and he could hear the chirping of insects and birds much clearer. Entering the dragon vein realm was like going through a metamorphosis. Now, he was as light as a swallow, but he also had the strength of 1,000 catties. Long Chen stood up, feeling the abundant energy in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. He was now a second-layer dragon vein realm martial artist. If he used his Jinshi and punched with all his might, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break the tree next to him. From today onwards, he could finally be considered to have entered the ranks of martial artists. Glancing at Long Qinglan's tombstone, Long Chen kowtowed a few more times. My achievements tonight are all thanks to you. I used to hate you for not giving me anything, but now I admit my mistake. You're a good father. Standing up, Long Chen drove the carriage back to Biyao town. Something's not right, Long Chen frowned. This mysterious dragon jade was originally in Dad's dantian. I thought it was an accident that it appeared in my sea of consciousness. But now that I think about it, Dad probably knew this would happen, which was why he urged me to take it out without any worries. This dragon jade is so mysterious, and Dad's words are also very strange, talking about dragon sacrificial continent and super overlords. Could Dad have some sort of background? That's right. Before Dad came to Biyao town, no one knew anything about him. Long Chen frowned and said, the most important thing is that my father definitely knows what this dragon jade is, but he died because of it. Now, he has passed it on to me. There is so much mystery behind this. What is the reason behind this? Returning to his sea of consciousness, the mysterious dragon jade was still floating quietly. Even if Long Chen had 10 heads, he still couldn't figure out why it would appear here. The sea of consciousness was a place of nothingness. If he told others that something could actually enter his sea of consciousness, no one would believe such a ridiculous thing. The mysteriousness of this dragon jade could be seen from this. But at this time, Long Chen actually discovered that there was still true qi flowing into his dantian from the dragon jade, just not as much as before. Long Chen was overjoyed. My true qi is constantly increasing. I'm sure it's faster than their cultivation speed. With this speed, it shouldn't be hard for me to catch up to the others. What he thought was an ordinary life finally had hope. Looking at Biyao town not far away, Long Chen thought of Long Qinglan's entrustment. In the clan assembly, those outstanding disciples of the Yang family are all top-notch geniuses. Even I can't compare to them, let alone the others. Dad wants me to become the champion and obtain the dragon seal, but it's really hard for me to ascend to the heavens. Is being a dragon martial artist really that important? It was already late at night when he returned to Biyao town. Long Chen didn't live in the Yang family. Instead, he bought a pavilion in the east of the town and lived alone. Ever since he was young, he had bullied a lot of small fries, but had never offended many big shots. So, even though he lived alone, nothing unexpected happened. As usual, when he returned home, Long Chen washed up a little before coming to his bed. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. The bedding has been turned over. Could it be a thief? Long Chen checked again with suspicion, but he didn't find anything missing. It should be Goldie who entered my room. But wasn't he having fun in Jadeite Pavilion tonight? Could it be that he ran out of stamina and went home early? This kid is really useless. This wasn't the first time he brought his personal servant to do such things. With a dry laugh, Long Chen lay on the bed. So many major events had happened today. He had broken 2 dragon meridians in a row and entered the 2nd level of Dragon Vein Realm. He was full of energy, so of course he couldn't sleep. It was already past midnight, when most people were asleep. As a martial artist, Long Chen's senses were much stronger. He could vaguely feel someone approaching his room. He quickly pressed the switch at the head of the bed and entered the basement. The bed returned to its original state. Through the small cracks on the floor, Long Chen quietly observed the area above him. After a few breaths of time, 2 people wearing black clothes and black cloth masks entered his room. When they saw the bulging bedding, one of them didn't say anything and slashed at his bed. With a bang, the bed was cut in half. That trash isn't here? Didn't we see him come in? He must have found traces of us coming in and slipped away. He can escape today, but he can't escape tomorrow. We'll come back tomorrow. With our capabilities, isn't it a piece of cake to deal with this profligate son? The 2 of them left hurriedly. Even though he had entered the 2nd level of Dragon Vein Realm, there were still many people stronger than him in Biyao town. Long Chen did not dare to be careless. Just now, the two people who tried to assassinate him had a dangerous aura on them. Presumably, their skills were not bad. If Long Chen were to fight them head-on, the result would not be good. Luckily, I was smart enough to install a switch on my bed. Otherwise, I would have been decapitated tonight. Coldness flashed in his eyes. Someone in Biyao town actually sent an expert to assassinate me? I'm just a small character. Is it worth it to send so many people? Thinking of this, Long Chen frowned again. He thought of everyone, but he could not think of anyone who would hire an expert to assassinate him. Even though the Yang clan had abandoned him, it was not to the extent that they would hire an expert to kill him. There must be a conspiracy that I'm not aware of. Fine, I'll move back to the Yang clan tomorrow. First, I can guarantee my safety. Second, now that I've reached the second level of Dragon Vein Realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to win against a first-level Dragon Vein Realm cultivator without any combat skills. The Yang clan has the martial arts palace. Since I'm still a member of the Yang clan, should be able to get a share. A good combat skill can increase the power of one's attack by several times. He had seen the Yang clan members use combat skills before, and the power was not just for show. In the Yang clan, Long Chen still had a place to stay, but he did not stay there all year round. At dawn, he returned to the Yang clan with a small amount of luggage. The Yang clan's residence was extremely spacious. Of course, no one was interested in whether Long Chen returned or not. After tidying up his residence, Long Chen once again consolidated his cultivation. After a night, his qi had once again grown a bit stronger. Presumably, in the near future, he would be able to advance towards the third layer of the Dragon Vein Realm. Of course, the most important thing now was to get a combat skill from the martial arts palace. According to the Yang clan's rules, as long as a member of the Yang clan reached the first level of Dragon Vein Realm, they would be qualified to choose a combat skill from the martial arts palace. Long Chen fulfilled this rule. Along the way, Long Chen was already used to the cold looks of the guards and maids. He could not be bothered with the whispers. He had a good memory. He had only seen the martial arts palace once when he was young, but he could still find the way. The martial arts palace was a forbidden area of the Yang clan. Those who were not members of the Yang clan were not allowed to enter. As for the guards and maids, they could not even get close. From afar, Long Chen saw a stone door in the depths of the forest. Behind the stone door was a tall pagoda. It was the martial arts palace of the Yang clan. Before he reached the stone door, someone stopped Long Chen. It was Chen Lu, who had spat at Long Chen previously. He was about the same age as Long Chen, and his cultivation was also at the second level of Dragon Vein Realm. Seeing that Long Chen had actually come to the martial arts palace, Chen Lu was startled. He then mocked, "So it's young Master Chen. Why do you have the time to come to the martial arts palace today? I heard that a cripple of the Yang clan was buried gloriously yesterday. Why didn't young Master Chen observe the morning ceremony today, but instead came here for a stroll?" Long Chen naturally understood the principle of villains being like ghosts. However, Chen Lu's words contained a sense of humiliation. Long Chen's heart was still burning with anger when he heard it today. However, the martial arts hall was right in front of him. Before obtaining the battle skill, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. Thus, he endured it again and walked around Chen Lu. Unexpectedly, Chen Lu continued to pester him and blocked his way again. He sneered, "What? Is young Master Chen deaf? Can't you hear what I said? I've already stepped into the Dragon Vein Realm. Moreover, what does it have to do with outsiders like you whether I enter the martial arts palace or not?" Raising his head, Long Chen looked at Chen Lu coldly. Long Chen did not have any strength. Being able to survive in Biyao town for a few years, he still had some power. Furthermore, he had broken through to the second level of Dragon Vein Realm. His gaze actually scared Chen Lu half a step back. What? Did I hear wrongly? The Dragon Vein realm is not something you can just step into. Since I'm free today, I'll accompany young Master Chen to test my strength. Chapter 4. Chen Lu took a few steps back and looked at Long Chen with a smile. It's just a spar. Young Master Chen, you don't have to worry about losing too badly. Long Chen looked at Chen Lu coldly at this time. He could deeply feel the contempt hidden under the other party's smile. Indeed, if Long Chen did not have yesterday's experience, his position in the Yang clan might not even be comparable to this outsider Chen Lu. However, the current him had undergone earth-shattering changes, be it in his battle prowess or his thinking. Having just gained battle prowess, his heart was full of fighting spirit. Chen Lu, I know what kind of person you are. Don't try to act hypocritical. If you want to fight, then come at me. But if I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. Long Chen actually said such tough words today. Chen Lu was stunned. Just as he was about to use tough words to suppress the other party, he saw Long Chen's figure flashing, true chi surging, and a punch flying towards him. You've stepped into the Dragon Vein realm, but you're far from being my opponent. Fine, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for not knowing how to control my strength. Chen Lu had stayed in the second tier of the Dragon Vein realm for 2 years, so his true chi was still strong. At this moment, he did not retreat, but instead attacked. With a roar, he punched out, going head to head with Long Chen. Bang! Their fists collided, and true chi exploded. Then, they both retreated. Feeling the strength from the other party's fist, Chen Lu was shocked. Good lad, you've hidden your strength so well. Dragon Vein realm second tier. Long Chen was also pushed back. This Chen Lu's true chi is comparable to mine, and he has more experience than me. If we fight for a long time, I will definitely lose to him. Today is my first battle, and if I lose, it will definitely have a huge impact on my future cultivation. So, even if I die, I can't lose. Thinking of this, Long Chen's eyes turned red. Suddenly, he saw a fist-sized stone not far away. He immediately looked away and stared at Chen Lu. Chen Lu, you really have some strength, but I'm stronger. Try taking another punch from me. Throwing another punch, Chen Lu did not want to be outdone. His true chi burst out and pressed towards Long Chen. Boom! This time, Long Chen was sent flying and fell to the ground. Your father is trash, and your son is also trash. How dare you show off your meager strength in front of me? You deserve to be beaten up. Seeing Long Chen being sent flying, Chen Lu knew that he was indeed stronger than his opponent and immediately laughed out loud. But at this time, Long Chen had already jumped up and rushed towards Chen Lu with red eyes. What Chen Lu did not see was that Long Chen's left hand was behind his back. You still haven't given up? Chen Lu laughed loudly and went to greet Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was closing in on him like a cornered dog, Chen Lu was about to punch again to completely defeat Long Chen. But at this moment, Long Chen threw out his left hand, and a black object suddenly flew toward Chen Lu's face, arriving in an instant. What is this? Chen Lu hurriedly used his hands to protect his face. The black object hit his arm, and from the pain on his arm, he felt that it was a stone. Long Chen threw it with all his strength, and Chen Lu used true chi to shake it off, so his arm did not suffer any damage. But at this moment, Long Chen had already rushed to Chen Lu, and kicked Chen Lu's lower abdomen. With a bang, Chen Lu screamed and crashed into a willow tree. He spat out blood and fell to the ground, completely losing his combat power. He could only look at Long Chen with a frightened gaze, with a face of disbelief. You! Yang Chen, how dare you hurt me? My cousin will definitely take your dog life. Long Chen stood still and spat at him. What expert in the second level of the Dragon Vein stage, in front of my ultimate skill, you can still be killed in seconds. Long Chen was not a martial artist in the past, but he had no lack of experience in fighting. That move just now was his unique skill. When the two were fighting, he suddenly threw a heavy object at his opponent's face. The face has eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, which are important parts of a human, but also a vulnerable part. Chen Lu didn't know what Long Chen threw, so of course he would subconsciously use his hand to block it. Once his hand was free, Long Chen's real attack could hit him without any hindrance. Thinking of how he spat at him yesterday, and even dared to threaten him now that he was defeated, Long Chen took a few steps forward, grabbed Chen Lu's collar with a sneer, and said coldly, "You once called me a dog, you once spat at me. Everything is the fault of this mouth of yours. Today, I won't make things difficult for you, and will seal this mouth of yours." Chen Lu was shocked, and looked at Long Chen with extremely frightened and even pleading eyes. Before he had time to speak, Long Chen punched his mouth, breaking all his teeth. Chen Lu rolled on the ground in pain, and regretted it 1,000,000 times in his heart. After defeating Chen Lu, Long Chen suddenly felt some hairs on his back. He hurriedly looked back, and saw Yang Zhan and his father, the second son of the Yang family, Long Chen's second uncle, Yang Yintian, standing 5 meters away. They were originally passing by, but saw such a good show in front of the martial arts hall. Chen Lu was Yang Zhan's follower, and was injured by Long Chen just like that. Yang Zhan was full of anger, and immediately strode towards Long Chen with a turbulent momentum. "Yang Chen, do you want to die?" Without saying anything, Yang Zhan slapped towards Long Chen. That palm with majestic true chi, Long Chen actually found that he couldn't dodge it. If he was slapped, all his teeth would fall out. From this, it could be seen how angry Yang Zhan was at this time. But Long Chen's strength was not as good as his, and he could only wait for death. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and the anger in his heart almost engulfed him. He really had enough of being looked down upon and treated like a dog. He swore that he wanted revenge. Why can he slap me without asking right or wrong? If I'm stronger than him, even if he has a good father to protect him, would he dare to slap me like this? If I'm stronger than him, it'll be my turn to slap him. This upcoming slap was like a fuse, pulling out the ruthlessness in his heart little by little. With a slap, Yang Zhan's arm was grabbed by someone, but it was only an inch away from Long Chen's cheek. The strong wind from the palm made Long Chen's cheek hurt. The person who grabbed Yang Zhan's arm was Yang Yintian. Yang Yintian said sternly, "Zhan, have you forgotten what I taught you? We're all brothers, so how can you hit others so casually? See if I don't punish you properly when we get back." Then he looked at Long Chen and said, "Oh, you've finally cultivated to the second level of the Dragon Vein stage? You must be here for the battle technique, right? If you want to go, then go. But my father is meditating there. If you disturb him, you'll be severely punished." After saying that, without looking at Long Chen, he directly grabbed Yang Zhan's arm and walked away. After walking dozens of steps, Yang Zhan finally couldn't help but ask, "Father, he injured Chen Lu. Why didn't you let me teach him a lesson? With his strength, even 10,000 of him wouldn't be a match for me." Yang Yintian said indifferently, "What's the point of always bullying trash? If you have the ability, then compete with your sister and Ling Yu Yang Wu. And no matter what, he's still your aunt's son. How can you treat him like a slave?" Yang Zhan said gloomily, "It's because of my aunt again. Isn't she only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein stage? Father, if you're given a little more time, won't you also be able to reach that level?" Looking at their departing figures, Long Chen secretly suppressed the anger in his heart. However, the revenge of today's slap, as well as the beating and scolding in the past, were all engraved in his heart. "I'll say it again. Don't let me get a chance, or I'll make you wish you were dead." After enduring for so many years, he had long ago learned to control his emotions. Looking at the martial scripture hall, Long Chen cast aside his negative emotions and pushed open the stone door, walking in. As for Chen Lu, he was still lying on the ground. After a long time, Yang Yintian sent someone to carry him away to recuperate. Walking to the front of the tower, Long Chen raised his head to look at it. "My first battle technique is in there." Shifting his gaze to the side, he saw a wooden hut. The Yang clan's ancestor, his grandfather, was cultivating in there. No one dared to disturb him, and the martial scripture hall was also safe with the ancestor guarding it. Since Long Chen had met the requirements to view the battle technique, he could naturally enter. "This old man, why are you acting so mysterious? My father was already in the 8th level of the Dragon Vein stage when he was young, just a little bit weaker than you. If he didn't have the Dragon Jade, he would have long become an existence that you can only look up to." Even as he cursed inwardly, he stepped into the martial scripture temple. After passing through a long passageway, Long Chen arrived at the interior of the Iron Tower. Inside were several bookshelves, upon which were the battle techniques of the Yang clan, all neatly arranged. "I'm only in the 2nd level of the Dragon Vein stage. It seems that I can only practice elementary yellow class battle techniques." The Yang clan had a total of 32 elementary yellow class battle techniques. Walking to the bookshelf, Long Chen started from the first row and chose the ferocious tiger fist. In less than 15 minutes, Long Chen put down the ferocious tiger fist. What's going on? Why is this battle technique so simple? While reading these secret manuals, Long Chen felt that his eyes and ears were clear. His memory and comprehension were extraordinary. He could almost completely understand what was written in the books with just a glance. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't cultivate in the martial scripture hall, he felt that he could directly use it. Could it be that I'm a martial genius, or, in the past, he had also seen some minor cultivation techniques, but he found them difficult to understand. But now, the situation was different. It must be because of the mysterious Dragon Jade. The mysterious Dragon Jade is in my sea of consciousness, causing my soul to change. Because of that, my heart is as pure as a newborn's, and my perception of my surroundings has also become stronger. Dad, what is this mysterious Dragon Jade? How can it have such a heaven-defying effect? Not only can it impart your true chi to me, but it can also make me a martial genius. After reading a few more elementary yellow class books, Long Chen felt that it wasn't a challenge at all. Thus, he went to the mid-yellow class area. There were only 5 manuals here, and Long Chen immediately saw the meteor fist. Body like the starry sky, fist like a meteor, as heavy as Mount Tai, as fast as lightning. The attack power of this meteor fist is one of the best among the middle yellow class manuals. The Yang family's meteor fist is quite famous outside, but I don't think this manual is too difficult. I've memorized quite a few beginner yellow class manuals. This time, I'll copy down this meteor fist. Of course, the Yang clan's manuals couldn't be taken out of the martial scripture hall, so he could only copy one after choosing one. An hour later, Long Chen had finished copying the secret manual, and he put it back in its original place. During the copying process, I've completely understood the content. I'll go back to my place to cultivate now. But this is a mid-yellow class combat skill, I'm not sure if I can successfully learn it. The yellow class manuals were divided into elementary, mid-class, and high class. The first 3 levels of the Dragon Vein stage were usually used to cultivate elementary manuals, and so on. Long Chen chose the meteor fist, which could be considered as a cross-level cultivation. With the uniqueness of the mysterious Dragon Jade, it should be able to achieve this. After making up his mind, Long Chen walked out of the martial scripture hall. As soon as he reached the stone door, an old voice sounded in his ears. Destroy the Yang clan's manuals immediately after you've finished cultivating them. If you're found to have leaked them, kill them immediately. Yang Chen turned around, but didn't see anyone behind him. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpa. Yang Chen will leave now." He chose a mid-yellow class combat skill, which was against the rules. He was afraid that the old man would find out, so he left immediately after he finished speaking. In the wooden house, the old man opened his eyes and said helplessly, "I thought this kid might be a genius, but he's biting off more than he can chew, choosing a mid-yellow class combat skill. What a pity." Long Qinglan was someone who had a high chance of reaching the divine core realm. Chapter 5. 3 days later, Long Chen stood in front of a 2-meter tall boulder. On the left was a forest, and on the right was a large river. Along the river, boulders like this could be seen everywhere. Long Chen took a deep breath, and the true qi in his body suddenly erupted. His body was like a cannonball crashing towards the boulder with a loud bang. He suddenly shouted and punched out. His fist was like a huge meteorite, whistling towards the boulder. Boom! The boulder exploded into pieces, and the fragments of the boulder were swept backwards by the powerful qi. More than half of the fragments fell into the water, creating a huge splash. Body like the starry sky, fist like a meteor, heavy as Mount Tai, fast as lightning. This meteor fist contains two true meanings, fast and heavy, which is why it can explode with such power. I am currently in the second layer of the dragon vein realm, so it is difficult for me to use the full power of the meteor fist, but... Long Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. If I meet Chen Lu again, I can kill him with this move. In 3 days, I, Long Chen, have completely mastered the meteor fist. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be shocking. Walking to the river, Long Chen washed his face with the river water, and looked at his reflection in the river. These few days of crazy training, my body is much more robust, and my skin is also a little darker. But I am still handsome. I believe that I will definitely have a lot of girls. Thinking of this, Long Chen smiled proudly. Suddenly, the sound of wind came from behind him. Long Chen was shocked. He immediately bent over and laid down, hooking his leg, but to his surprise, he felt his leg hit something soft, and then a figure flew over his head, crying out in alarm as he fell into the river. Long Chen stood up and looked, and found that the person who wanted to sneak attack him, but was kicked into the river by him was a girl. This girl did not look weak, and being kicked into the river by Long Chen was only because she was careless. With a face full of anger, she quickly jumped out of the river, pouted, and angrily looked at Long Chen, and a pair of crystal clear eyes, as if she wanted to eat Long Chen. This girl looked to be about the same age as Long Chen, with a slim figure, bright eyes, white teeth, and a face as white as jade. Wearing a light blue dress, she was a rare beauty, and Long Chen had never seen such a beautiful girl, and was stunned for a moment. This girl had just come out of the river, and her clothes were all soaked, sticking to her body. Her white skin and attractive curves were vaguely visible, and even the puppy pattern embroidered on her underwear was seen by Long Chen. Her slightly large chest made Long Chen's throat dry. From Long Chen's eyes, the girl realized that she was wrong, and immediately scolded in exasperation, "Rogue." Her whole body erupted with true qi, and a wave of hot air pushed Long Chen a few steps back, and the originally soaked clothes were instantly dried. This girl fiercely stared at Long Chen, and said while gritting her teeth, "You. What did you see just now?" Long Chen hurriedly said, "Nothing, miss, I didn't see anything." Seeing Long Chen's serious look, she forgave him, but thinking of what happened just now, she angrily said, "Good Yang Chen, I just wanted to scare you, and you actually pushed me into the river, you big bastard." "Sister?" But Long Chen did not know this girl, so he asked, "Who are you?" Being asked like this, the girl looked angry, and scolded, "Good brat, you don't even know your sister. I am Yang Lingqing, the second daughter of your second uncle Yang Yintian." "Ah, so it's you." Long Chen suddenly thought of this girl, speaking of which, they were very fated, because they were born in the same year, month, and day. When Long Chen was born, it happened to be the hour of the Chen, so he was named Chen. Yang Lingqing was used to hiding in the house, so Long Chen had only seen her a few times, so of course he had forgotten. But thinking of something, Long Chen smiled proudly, "Little girl, you want me to call you sister?" Although we were born in the same year, month, and day, I was the hour of the Chen, and you were the hour of the Wu. After all, I am your brother. Having said that, he did not care about Yang Lingqing's angry face, and went straight to the forest to find a rock to sit on. "Brat, stop right there." Yang Lingqing walked in front of Long Chen, and said coldly, "All right, let's not talk about sister and brother. Since we were born on the same day, let's just treat it as if we are the same age. I passed by here just now, and I saw you using the meteor punch, and you seem to be practicing it well. What's going on?" So it was because she saw it. Long Chen thought about it and felt that it didn't matter if she saw it. Although this girl was a little arrogant, she had never bullied Long Chen. At this moment, her eyes didn't have the look of contempt that ordinary people had. Long Chen had a good impression of her, so he was willing to talk to her. He looked at her with a smile, and said, "What? Can't I practice the meteor punch? Do I make you jealous and envious? It's a pity that you and I are related by blood, so it's not easy to make a move. If you were another girl, I might be able to teach you." Hearing his words, Yang Lingqing's face turned red with anxiety. She casually threw out a punch, and an even bigger boulder next to her was shattered into pieces. "Did you see that? I also know the meteor punch, and I'm at the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. I'm much stronger than you." Long Chen was slightly speechless. He did not expect that this girl, who was the same age as him, would have a stronger cultivation than her brother. Seeing that she was pretending to be fierce, Long Chen laughed in his heart. He already knew what she was up to. The girl was too shy to say it out, so he said, "That's right, you know the meteor punch, but you haven't mastered it. You can't reach the realm where your body is like the starry sky, and your fist is like a meteor. If I had your chi, the power of my meteor punch would be twice as strong. Fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll be merciful and explain it to you." Yang Lingqing was shocked and thought, this boy is really powerful. I only threw one punch, and he can see that my meteor punch is not good. Alright, seeing that you're so sincere, I'll reluctantly agree. However, you're teaching me voluntarily, so don't ask me for any compensation. I'll say this first, I'm so poor that I'm half dead, common woman, as your brother, it's only right and proper for me to teach you. Who wants compensation? What? Yang Lingqing's mouth was crooked from anger. This was the first time she was called a common woman. You can be proud now, but when you teach me, I'll definitely make you suffer. She forcefully suppressed her anger. Of course, Long Chen could not hear what she was saying in her heart. He just found this girl pleasing to the eye, and he did not have any companions. Today, on a whim, and with enough confidence in the meteor punch, he carefully explained it to her. The most important thing about the meteor punch is the momentum. Look at the meteors in the sky, they fall with an indomitable will, and nothing can stop their footsteps. When you punch, you cannot have any hesitation. You must disregard life and death, and wholeheartedly focus on killing the enemy. Only in this way can you comprehend the fist intent of the meteor punch. After explaining for a long time, he finally taught Yang Lingqing. At this time, Yang Lingqing's attitude towards Long Chen had already turned into worship. She could not imagine that a guy in the 2nd layer of the Dragon Vein realm would have such a deep understanding of martial arts. When they parted, Yang Lingqing said, "Hey, I still have to thank you for today. Now that I have completely mastered the meteor punch, I will have the chance to face Sister Lingyue in the clan meeting. Maybe I will even have the chance to obtain our clan's supreme secret manual, Dragon Seal." Hearing the 2 words, Dragon Seal, Long Chen's eyes moved, and he asked, "Little girl, when is the clan meeting?" "About half a month later, but you don't have to think about the Dragon Seal. Sister Lingyue has already cultivated to the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm, and among the younger generation, no one is her opponent other than Big Brother Yang Wu. And Big Brother Yang Wu has already obtained the Dragon Seal. This time, the Dragon Seal is probably reserved for Sister Lingyue. Alright, I can't talk to you anymore, I have to hurry back to cultivate, and strive to reach the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm." After saying that, the little girl ran away. Her fine black hair swayed behind her, which was quite cute. Watching her leave, Long Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This little girl's appearance and heart are both top-notch, but the heavens are blind, to actually let her become my cousin. I can't do anything about it. How bitter. Sitting on the green stone, Long Chen looked in the direction of the Yang clan. The 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. After half a month, there shouldn't be much for me to do, but father strongly urged me to obtain the Dragon Seal. Since this little girl is already so desperate, I can't be the slightest bit negligent. So be it, the sixth layer of the dragon vein realm, I will risk my life to cultivate, and I will definitely have a chance. Cultivate. Work hard. Persevere. Sweat flowed down. Only when the sky turned dark did Longchen return to the Yang clan. At this time, the Yang clan had already lit up the lanterns, and the entire hall was brightly lit. Just as he was about to enter the door, a group of people came out. Longchen raised his head, and just happened to be in front of the crowd, and those who were happily chatting immediately saw him. The beautiful woman in the lead was Yang Xueqing, Longchen's mother. Behind her was a charming girl, Yang Lingyue, who was the sixth layer of the dragon vein realm that Yang Lingqing had mentioned. She was 18 this year, and was the daughter of the eldest son of the Yang clan, Yang Xueqing's eldest brother, Yang Qingxian. The eldest son of the Yang clan's ancestor was Yang Qingxian, who was in charge of the daily affairs of the Yang clan. The second son, Yang Yuntian, was in charge of the clan's business, and the third daughter, Yang Xueqing, was in charge of teaching the younger generation of the clan. The eldest son of the Yang clan's Yang Qingxian was a boy and a girl, Yang Wu and Yang Lingyue. Yang Wu was the number one of the younger generation of the Yang clan, and Yang Lingyue was the girl in front of him. The second son of the Yang clan's Yang Yuntian was also a boy and a girl, and they were Longchen's sworn enemy, Yang Zhan, and Yang Lingqing, whom he had just met. Yang Xueqing was the only female elder with profound cultivation, so Yang Lingyue had been cultivating with her, and could be considered as half a daughter to her. On one side were two women, and on the other side were two men. The one in front was a handsome middle-aged man who was chatting cheerfully with Yang Xueqing. He had a long beard, and was dressed in a snow-white robe. Behind him was a young man. His eyes were like lightning, and his body was strong and vigorous. His every movement was full of vigor, and his appearance was somewhat similar to the middle-aged man. These two men were probably father and son. Suddenly seeing Longchen standing in front of her, Yang Xueqing was startled for a moment. Then she hurriedly smiled at the middle-aged man. "Brother Bai, I wanted to show you the Yang clan's Orchid Pond Rain Lotus, but it's getting late." "It's fine, Sister Qing. You and I are both in Poplar Village, and we see each other all the time. If I have the time, I'll naturally pay a visit again." The Yang clan's Orchid Pond Rain Lotus is like thunder to the ears. The two chatted and laughed as they walked past Longchen under the escort of a group of guards. Only Yang Lingyue looked away coldly at Longchen, and then began to chat with the young man next to her. From time to time, she would let out a coquettish laugh. "Very good, you've completely ignored my existence. It's as if I'm no different from the air." Longchen slowly clenched his fists. "It seems that after my father's death, you're in a hurry to find a new lover. Let's not talk about my father's reputation first. Just this Bai Zhanxiong guy, I definitely can't let you follow him. Even if you're heartless to me, I, Longchen, can't be heartless. After all, my flesh and blood was given by you. Bai Zhanxiong, on the surface, looks like a gentleman, but in reality, he's not a good person. Last time, the girls from the Jadeite Pavilion were killed by him." Seeing this middle-aged man chatting and laughing with Yang Xueqing, Longchen thought back to that incident in the depths of his memory. The girls from the Jadeite Pavilion were his good friends. They sold their skills and not their bodies, but they were secretly kidnapped by him. If Longchen hadn't seen it by chance, then it really would have been done without anyone knowing. From that day on, he knew that this Bai Zhanxiong was actually a beast. "In front of Bai Zhanxiong, you actually despise me and ignore my existence. But I, Longchen, am not a lonely person. The more you want me to disappear, the more I want to jump in front of you. You think that we're useless, so I'll continue to become stronger. One day, when I stand in front of you, not only do you not dare to look me in the eyes, but you even have to kneel down and repent. As a mother, you've never fulfilled your responsibility as a mother. I hate you. But I can't ignore you like you ignore me." At this moment, when a group of people passed by him, Longchen lowered his head and clenched his fists. His nails sank into his flesh, and blood flowed out. His body set off a huge wave that soared to the sky. There seemed to be a wild beast hiding in his heart, roaring and roaring madly. After returning to his residence, Long Chen prepared to wash up and get ready to start cultivating his true qi. Suddenly, he saw a note under the tea table on the table. He picked it up and looked at it. Immediately, his face was filled with anger. On the note was written, "If you want little Huang's life, come to the Rising Sun Restaurant's peony room number 1 to get it. I won't wait for you if you are late." Chapter 6. To Long Chen, although Goldie was a cowardly servant, he had followed Long Chen for 6 years and was loyal and devoted to him. If Long Chen had any benefits, he would give Goldie to him. Long Chen did not know who wanted to deal with him, but they had actually taken Goldie hostage. How could he not be angry? Long Chen knew that Goldie's sick parents still needed to be taken care of. If anything happened to Goldie, Long Chen would definitely blame himself. He tore the note into pieces and rushed out of the Yang residence without saying anything. Like a whirlwind, he rushed toward the Rising Sun restaurant. The Rising Sun restaurant was near the Jadeite Jade building. Long Chen increased his speed. The people walking on the street all felt a whirlwind blow past them, and then they disappeared. Raising his head, Long Chen could clearly see the brightly lit restaurant in the dark night. Step by step, Long Chen was approaching the restaurant. There were many people in front of the restaurant. Long Chen had no choice but to slow down. He could see that the door was getting closer and closer. At this moment, a carriage pulled by 4 horses galloped out from the left side of the street. The pedestrians cursed and dodged, but the speed of the carriage did not decrease. Long Chen could have dodged it easily, but at this moment, a child not far behind him stared blankly at the rushing carriage and burst into tears. The carriage was so fast that if it ran over the child's body, the child's bones would definitely not be left. Long Chen was startled. He did not care about anything else. He could have dodged, but he did not. Instead, he turned around and hugged the child. His whole body erupted with true qi, but at this time, a horse had already crashed into Long Chen's back, immediately sending him flying. Along the way, people cried out in alarm. They thought that both Long Chen and the child would die. However, they did not expect that Long Chen would change his trajectory in the air and land steadily. He did not comfort the child. Before the crowd could see his face clearly, Long Chen disappeared. He was still in a hurry to save Goldie's life. However, the scene was chaotic. Long Chen endured the pain in his back and entered the Rising Sun restaurant. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, Long Chen almost bumped into someone in front of him. When he looked up, the young man in front of him immediately blinded him. The boy was only about 14 or 15 years old, and he looked younger than Long Chen. Long Chen's appearance was considered delicate, but the boy in front of him was so handsome that it was a little devilish. If it wasn't for the obvious Adam's apple, Long Chen would almost think that he was a girl carved from jade. The two of them almost collided. Long Chen stared at him, dumbfounded. He was also sizing up Long Chen. "Are you male or female?" Unable to control his mouth, Long Chen blurted out this sentence. When he heard Long Chen's words, he felt that it was somewhat humiliating. However, this delicate boy didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly glanced at Long Chen, pointed at his Adam's apple, and said, "I am male." His expression was serious, and his voice was sweet and pleasant. Long Chen was used to hearing the coquettish grumbles of prostitutes in the brothel. At this moment, when he heard the boy's words, he actually felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He secretly cursed himself for being a beast. Then, he remembered that he hadn't saved Goldie yet, so he hurriedly avoided the boy and walked into the Rising Sun restaurant. "Just now, I saw that you saved a child, a life." Behind Long Chen, the boy spoke to himself. However, when Long Chen rushed into the restaurant, he shut his mouth and looked at him curiously. It was obvious that he didn't feel disgusted by Long Chen at all. Instead, he was very appreciative of Long Chen's action of saving the child. This person is similar to my brother. There is also a faint aura of stars on his body. He must have cultivated a star-type combat technique. I haven't used the astral combat body for a long time. The boy looked at Long Chen's back and muttered to himself. As soon as Long Chen walked into the restaurant, he felt a gaze directed at him. He turned his head and saw that Yang Zhan was sitting by a window. Opposite him was a beautiful girl. Yang Zhan is actually here. Could it be that he arranged for Goldie to be kidnapped? Looking at the girl in front of him, Long Chen shook his head and said, "If Yang Zhan wants to deal with me, he doesn't need to use this method. Moreover, he is here to pick up girls." Thinking of this, Long Chen didn't stop and directly walked up to the second floor of the Rising Sun restaurant. The peony room one mentioned on the slip of paper was here. When he arrived here, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart any longer. He quickly approached his destination and suddenly pushed open the door. It was pitch black inside. As soon as he entered the room, Long Chen felt a blade coming at him. He hurriedly dodged it and saw the situation in the room. At this moment, the person who attacked just now was already standing at the door. He gently closed the door and coldly looked at Long Chen. On the other side, Long Chen saw that Goldie's whole body was tied up with hemp rope and his mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. At this moment, Goldie looked nervous and indignant as he whimpered at Long Chen. Beside him stood another man. Both of them were masked, but the murderous aura on their bodies couldn't be underestimated. They were the two people who tried to assassinate Long Chen that night. Until now, Long Chen still couldn't understand why someone would send people to assassinate a small fry like him. "Who are the two of you? Why do you want to deal with me? I just took someone's money to eliminate a disaster. There's no need to ask any more questions." "Yang Chen, die." Two blades instantly slashed towards Long Chen. The blades were ruthless, and the whooshing sound of the wind made people's scalps numb. Although the true chi of these two people is not much different from mine, but they are experienced in combat and have killed many people. They are 100 times more terrifying than that donkey Chen Lu. If I don't use all my strength today, I will definitely die here. Looking at the movements of these two people, they should be good at fighting together. I have to defeat one of them first in order to break their joint power. In the night, a cold light burst out of Long Chen's eyes. The two blades quickly approached him. Relying on his body's flexibility, he rolled to the side. This roll very cleverly solved the situation where he needed to face two people at the same time. The two men in black rushed towards him one after the other. Wild Wind Blade. With a whoosh, the man in front of him whistled towards Long Chen, and the blade approached him in an instant. Seeing that the two men in black had already staggered, Long Chen gritted his teeth and used all his true chi. Instead of retreating, he madly rushed towards the man in black. Meteor Fist. In the pitch-black room, a ray of starlight exploded. The eyes of the man in black flashed, and he suddenly felt a strong aura force his blade technique away, and crashed into his body. Bang! The leading man in black coughed out blood, and crashed into the body of the man behind him. Long Chen rushed forward, and instantly snatched his opponent's blade. With a roar, he pierced his opponent's heart with the blade, and in an instant, his clothes and face were dyed red with blood. The scene just now seemed simple, but it was actually thrilling. The biggest surprise for Long Chen was that the starlight from the meteor fist had actually blurred his opponent's vision. Moreover, the meteor fist was an intermediate yellow-level combat skill, and its power was equivalent to the strongest attack of an expert at the third level of the Dragon Vein realm. This was why it could seriously injure the man in black, and why Long Chen could conveniently kill him. When the other man in black saw that his comrade was dead, he looked at Long Chen in shock. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly rushed out of the window. Just when Long Chen wanted to chase after him and interrogate him about the person who wanted to assassinate him, the door suddenly opened. Yang Zhan stood at the door, and when he saw Long Chen's face covered in blood and a dead man lying on the ground, he immediately frowned. "Bastard, you really don't know what's good for you. You dare to kill people in the Rising Sun restaurant just because you have some ability? Don't you know that I am good friends with Boss Ching here? Long Chen ignored him, and turned around to untie the hemp rope on Goldie's body. He said, Goldie, leave this place first. We can talk about other things later. Of the two assassins, one had died, and the other had fled. Goldie looked at Long Chen in shock, but Yang Zhan, who had followed him in, also had an unfriendly gaze. Goldie was afraid. Although he was worried about Long Chen's safety, he knew that he could not be of any help, so he hurriedly ran downstairs to find a savior. Long Chen's neglect caused Yang Zhan's face to gradually distort. Behind Yang Zhan, a fat man dressed in luxurious clothes glanced at the bloody scene inside, and his face paled. He said, "This young master is really too much. You made such a bloody scene and scared away many of my customers. My business will be greatly reduced." The two of them echoed each other, purely because they did not want Long Chen to have an easy time. Long Chen had just killed someone, and his heart was filled with killing intent. His gaze scared Boss Ching so much that he retreated continuously. He did not want to clash with Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan was in the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm, and he had also practiced many battle techniques. The current Boss Ching was not his opponent, so he could only endure. But even if Long Chen had retreated, Yang Zhan still felt angry. He had long since found Long Chen an eyesore. He was used to bullying him in the past, but now, this guy actually had some strength, especially when he had injured Chen Lu last time, which made him swallow his anger. At this time, the hatred between him and Long Chen had been born, and his eyes were already bursting with killing intent. Last time, you injured Chen Lu, and I spared you. Today, you've ruined the reputation of our Yang clan. It seems that I really have to teach you a lesson, lest you continue to act arrogantly and do whatever you want. As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, and a powerful aura pressed down on Long Chen. This fellow is really strong. The 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm was really not for show. Yang Zhan's eyes were like a huge mountain pressing down on him, and Long Chen was actually forced to take a few steps back. However, he still did not put down the saber in his hand. Blood was still dripping from the saber, and coupled with the ferocious look in his eyes, it seemed like he was opposing Yang Zhan. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Yang Zhan was even more furious. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "You bastard, you actually dare to oppose me? If you don't kneel down and give me a toe today, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Long Chen did not speak, and he only looked at him coldly. He knew that if Yang Zhan pushed him too far, he would make him pay the price even if he had to sacrifice his life. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the young lady who was sitting with Yang Zhan appeared behind Boss Ching. Seeing everything in the private room, her face paled, and she took several steps back. "Big brother Zhan, don't be like this. Let's leave this place." Yang Zhan withdrew his aura and turned his head to look at the newcomer. Then, he looked at Long Chen and said ruthlessly, "Fine, I'll let you enjoy yourself for another day. Tomorrow morning, you'll know how to write the word death." Finishing his words, he hugged the young lady and left. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief, and the saber fell to the ground. "Yang Zhan, we'll have to add another debt to our debt. I'm about to break through to the 3rd level of the Dragon Vein realm. When I'm stronger than you, you'll know how to write the word death." One of his assassins had died, but he did not know if the other would cause trouble for him. The mastermind had not been found either, and everything was a mystery. This was still a place of trouble, so Long Chen decided to leave. Running downstairs, he saw Goldie anxiously waiting for him. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Young Master Chen, when I ran downstairs, there was a very beautiful young man who wanted me to give this to you. He said that he admires you, but he left first." Long Chen was startled. He thought of that outrageously handsome young man, his gentle voice, and his somewhat funny serious expression. He doubtfully took a secret manual from Goldie's hands and opened it to take a look. To his surprise, the words, "Star's Battle Body," were written on it. That young man said that this thing is compatible with your meteor fist. Seeing that you saved a child today, he saw that you're a good person, and he didn't need this thing, so he gave it to you. Long Chen nodded and carefully read the Star's Battle Body. It's actually a middle yellow rank battle skill, only saved a child, and this little guy gave me this Star's Battle Body. It seems that he has a very strong foundation. I think he's not from Biyao town, but a disciple from a big force in another place. Well, it's fate that we met today. I urgently need these things, and he gave it to me now. If we meet again in the future, I'll repay his kindness. Long Chen smiled, then sent Goldie home, and returned to the Yang family. Absorb the divine power of the stars, fuse it into the skin, bones, flesh, and blood. Temper it day and night, persevere, and you can achieve the star's battle body. When you walk, sand and stones will fly, and a casual punch will have the power of a battle skill. This star's battle body is actually a body refining method, and is more precious than an attack secret manual. The star's battle body has a total of 2 levels, small success and great success. However, although these mnemonics are obscure, I can understand them. Tonight the stars are bright, and I'm going to use the starlight to cultivate the star's battle body. If I succeed, I'll be able to attack at the elementary level. I'm sure that if I encounter Yang Zhan, I'll be able to escape unscathed, or even resist him. For Long Chen, the star's battle body wasn't difficult. At this moment, he was like a fish in water when he cultivated under the bright starlight. For a period of time, the starlight in the sky had already projected onto his body. His body was like a star, emitting a misty starlight. Suddenly, Long Chen opened his eyes. I haven't finished cultivating the star's battle body, but after today's soul-stirring battle, the nourishment of the starlight, and the mysterious jade pendant, my chi has skyrocketed again. This time, I'll try to break through to the 3rd level of the Dragon Vein realm. Chapter 7. Pop. With a dragon's roar, the dense chi finally connected to the 3rd dragon vein. As true energy surged through his limbs and bones, Long Chen had to expend a great deal of effort to suppress this true energy and turn it into his own. At this moment, his eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that his cultivation had improved greatly compared to before. The chi of a 3rd-layer dragon vein is several times stronger than that of a 2nd-layer dragon vein. Now that I've met Yang Zhan, coupled with the meteor fist, it'll be difficult for him to defeat me. After finally reaching 3rd-layer dragon vein, Long Chen adjusted his breathing. It was still midnight, and there was still some time before daybreak. The night was cloudless, and the sky was filled with 9 heavenly rivers. It was a magnificent sight. Of the 18 heavenly rivers, 9 during the day, 9 during the night. I've heard that the heavenly rivers are formed by countless stars. If I can see them one day, I won't have lived in vain. If the heavenly rivers are all stars, then I'll borrow the power of the stars to continue cultivating the stellar battle physique. Originally, Long Chen was trying to help the lone stars, but when he borrowed the power of the heavenly rivers, the surging starlight enveloped his body. So much starlight has actually fused into my blood vessels and bones. This speed is more than 100 times faster than before. The 9 heavenly rivers are indeed formed by countless stars. The starlight filled the air, and Long Chen was surrounded by so much starlight. The tiny energy of the stars flowed into his skin, fusing with every part of his body. Long Chen could feel his body growing stronger under the constant tempering of the starlight. Until the sun rose. As the starlight on his body gradually faded, Long Chen jumped off the roof, his eyes filled with excitement. After a night of being tempered by starlight, and without taking any detours, I've actually reached the minor completion of the stellar battle body. This strength and tenacity, coupled with the true chi of the 3rd level of the Dragon Vein realm, Long Chen, am at least 10 times stronger than I was a day ago. Long Chen smiled. There's finally a day where I can raise my head. With the stellar battle physique and meteor fist, I don't believe I can't contend against the 4th-layer Dragon Vein Yang Zhan. As for the others, we'll settle our debts slowly. Entering the house, Long Chen was lying on the bed. It's been a sleepless night. It's time to take a rest. When I wake up, I'll be more energetic and can proceed with the next step of my cultivation plan. When the astral battle body is cultivated to the advanced level, I will definitely be able to exert greater power. My father also left me a lot of true chi in the mysterious dragon jade. The true chi in my dantian increases every day more than others, but I can't be limited to this speed. I have to cultivate myself, and at the same time, I have to get more spirit jades. Spirit jade was a type of jade that could assist dragon vein cultivators in their cultivation. It contained a large amount of world spiritual energy, and would only be bestowed to juniors with outstanding achievements by their elders. There's still half a month left. If I want to obtain the dragon seal, I need to reach at least the 5th layer of the dragon vein realm. Yang Zhan has already been stuck at the 4th layer for more than a year, so it won't be easy for me to reach the 5th layer either. It's even more impossible for me to reach it in half a month. I don't care so much. For the sake of Dad, for the sake of not being looked down upon, for the sake of that bitch, I'm going to risk my life. Late in the morning, Long Chen was awoken by a noise. After reaching the 3rd layer of the dragon vein realm, his perception had improved once more. He could even sense people approaching from afar. Standing up, Long Chen recovered to his peak state and walked out the door with a smile. As expected, Yang Zhan took the lead, standing at the very front. The others following him were also the Yang family's brothers and sisters. They were all 14 or 15 years old, but they were all tall and strong. It wasn't as if there weren't any who were older than Long Chen. Long Chen was a little surprised that Yang Zhan had mobilized so many people today. Seeing that Lin Yun didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of such a huge formation, Yang Zhan sneered, "I promised to teach you a lesson last night, so I naturally can't go back on my words today. You little bastard, you've grown a little stronger these few days, so you're a little arrogant. Our young siblings don't like you, so they specifically asked me to teach you some manners." Long Chen smiled faintly, "No wonder you've brought such a huge formation. I thought you were afraid of Yang Zhan, but it's easier to be courageous with so many people around." Even in this kind of situation, Long Chen was still able to mock Yang Zhan and even laugh and joke around. The Yang family young lords who had followed him here were simply dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. Was this still the trash that had always bowed before them and fawned over them? Anger rose from the bottom of Yang Zhan's feet and instantly rushed to his head. The flames of hatred gradually exploded in his eyes. "Very good, little bastard. You're really different from the slave you used to be now that you've gained some strength. You must have naively thought that you're invincible after defeating Chen Lu. You've successfully angered me today. Brothers, what do you think I should do? Cripple him." One after another. Yang Zhan waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, this is their suggestion. We're not used to your performance today. We're still used to the dog slave Yang Chen from before, so I'll spend some effort today to turn you back into your original self. If you want to fight with me, then don't talk so much nonsense. Your words are bullshit to me. You brought a bunch of little guys to my doorstep early in the morning to talk bullshit. It's really quite spectacular." Long Chen's final words completely infuriated Yang Zhan. He had always been high and mighty, and in his eyes, Long Chen was nothing more than an ant. But today, he had actually been humiliated by this ant. Yang Zhan was so angry that he lost all sense of propriety. "Bastard, you're courting death. If I don't cripple you today, my surname isn't Yang." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body's aura erupted, and the power of the 4th layer of Dragon Vein was fully exerted on Long Chen. They're going to fight. The onlookers suddenly dispersed, leaving only Yang Zhan and Long Chen in the field. Although this power is similar to last night, it's not enough to make me take half a step back now. Although the 4th layer of Dragon Vein was strong, Long Chen's current strength wasn't weak either. His body faintly glowed with starlight. His star battle body had been tempered by starlight, so he was not afraid of his opponent's powerful pressure at all. "You're only in the 2nd layer of Dragon Vein, and yet you want to fight me? You should pay for your ignorance." Like a whirlwind, Yang Zhan suddenly pressed towards Long Chen. In a short period of time, he actually threw a few punches, causing Long Chen to dodge repeatedly. TSK, Yang Chen was pretending to be strong just now. I thought he actually had some trump card. I didn't expect him to be beaten up so badly as soon as brother Yang Zhan made a move. He's just embarrassing himself. The onlookers laughed loudly, pointing at the field and chatting merrily. After dodging another attack from Yang Zhan, Long Chen glanced at them and secretly cursed, "A bunch of idiots." Then he looked at Yang Zhan with a smile and mocked, "Yang Zhan, is that all you've got?" Being in the field, Yang Zhan wasn't as idiotic as the onlookers. Although Long Chen was being chased around by him, he was very orderly in his dodging. Yang Zhan used all his strength, but still couldn't hit his opponent, causing him to be secretly shocked. No, he's in the second layer of dragon vein. Although his dodging is not bad, he definitely doesn't have a way to attack. Thinking of this, Yang Zhan sneered and threw a punch. He roared, "Coward, do you only know how to dodge like this? If you're a man, fight me fair and square." After a round of sparring, Long Chen had a rough understanding of Yang Zhan's strength. In terms of true qi, Yang Zhan was naturally several times stronger than him. With the minor completion of the astral battle physique, his attack and speed were several times stronger than an ordinary third-layer dragon vein, and his defense was even more abnormal. With these guarantees, Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Seeing Yang Zhan's fist flying towards him, he did not retreat, but instead threw out a punch. Ferocious Tiger Fist. Ferocious Tiger Fist. The two tigers that descended the mountain collided with a loud bang. Bang! Both of them retreated, their heavy footsteps leaving deep footprints on the ground. Behind Yang Zhan, a stone slab was even broken by him. What? How can his strength be so great? Yang Zhan finally regained his footing. Seeing that the distance Long Chen retreated was shorter than his, Yang Zhan couldn't believe his eyes. As for the Yang clan's disciples behind him, all their smiles froze, as if they had been slapped in the face. How is it? This fist is to your liking, right? Yang Zhan, your ferocious tiger fist isn't that great? Yang Zhan was bewildered. A few days ago, he wasn't even a cultivator, but when I saw him, he was already in the second layer of the dragon vein realm. He was able to defeat Chen Lu, but he obviously hid his strength. This guy should be in the fourth layer of the dragon vein realm, right? A fourth layer of the dragon vein realm actually hid his strength so well? What's his goal? When Yang Zhan saw Long Chen looking at him with a smile, the anger in his heart almost made him burn up. Impossible, he can't possibly have such strength. He must have used some strange method to create this effect. He knows the ferocious tiger fist, but no matter how deep he hid his strength, or what methods he used, I will still kill him. Thinking up to here, Yang Zhan let out a roar and shot down like a meteor towards Long Chen. His imposing aura caused the younger Yang family disciples to retreat. One of them clicked his tongue and said, "Big brother Yang Zhan is truly extraordinary. He even managed to successfully cultivate the medium-grade battle skill, Meteor Fist. That guy will definitely die without a corpse left." Chapter 8. Meteor Fist, huh? Long Chen smiled unhurriedly as he looked at his fist, which was like a heavy meteor, which was flying towards him. I wonder how big of a commotion I'll cause after I deal with this idiot. Will that woman look at me differently? I'm really looking forward to it. Long Chen had to admit that Yang Xueqing's opinion of him was very important to him. This kid is really trash. He was actually scared silly by brother Yang Zhan's meteor fist. Long Chen smiled when he heard such words. He then looked at Yang Zhan. I know the meteor fist 10,000 times better than you. Using the ferocious tiger fist against the ferocious tiger fist, and the meteor fist against the meteor fist, Long Chen wanted to completely crush Yang Zhan, including his body and soul. From then on, Long Chen would be a shadow in his heart, causing him to suffer for eternity. An even more dazzling starlight suddenly exploded. With the support of the star's battle physique, the meteor fist exploded with unprecedented power and clashed with Yang Zhan's meteor fist. But what made everyone feel suffocated was that Yang Zhan was sent flying with blood spurting out from his mouth. He fell to the ground, and Long Chen rushed up once again, grabbing Yang Zhan's collar with one hand and lifting him up. The disciples of the Yang clan saw the ferocious glint in Long Chen's eyes and retreated in fear. Their faces were still filled with disbelief. He used the meteor fist to defeat brother Yang Zhan, who's in the 4th stage of the Dragon Vein stage. Impossible, brother Yang Zhan's strength is monstrous. How can this bastard do it? We didn't see it clearly just now. He must have used some despicable means. Not good, he seems to be trying to kill brother Yang Zhan. Everyone looked over in fear, only to see Long Chen lifting Yang Chen with one hand and clenching his other fist as he looked at Yang Zhan coldly. Yang Zhan's mouth was filled with blood and his eyes were dazed. He was clearly injured, but at least he was still conscious. See that? I'm stronger than you. I'll return the title of trash to you in the future. But Yang Zhan, the humiliation you've given me isn't just a small one. The next half of your life will be the time for you to pay back, and each time will be worse than the last. You'd better be mentally prepared. Bastard, Yang Zhan coughed up a mouthful of blood. He looked at Long Chen's smiling eyes, as well as the fierceness hidden within them. He suddenly realized that this person in front of him was no longer the pitiful worm he had bullied before. Right now, he was actually filled with terror from the bottom of his heart, causing him to shiver. Trembling? This was the result that Long Chen wanted. But the hatred in his heart couldn't be dispelled by a single meteor fist. The pain that Yang Zhan had given him over the years wasn't something that could be appeased by just a little bit. He chuckled. Just as he was about to take a few more blows to calm his anger, he suddenly scolded. Stop. Long Chen didn't even need to look to know who it was. It was his uncle's precious daughter, Yang Lingyue, who was ranked 2nd in the younger generation of the Yang clan. At that moment, Yang Lingyue was flying over, followed by 2 young men. One of them was the young expert who had gone out with her the other day. The other was a young man about the same age as Long Chen, and his facial features were similar to the young expert. Both of them were sons of Bai Zhanxiong from the Bai clan. Long Chen's attention was focused on Bai Zhanxiong's youngest son. His name was Bai Shixuan, and he often went to the Jadeite pavilion to bully Long Chen a few times. When Bai Shixuan saw that Long Chen had defeated Yang Zhan, he panicked and hid behind another young man, his older brother. Coward. Long Chen sneered, then turned his gaze to Yang Lingyue. She's looking at me with such loathing in her eyes. I'm afraid she's going to kill me. Long Chen thought to himself, sneering inwardly. Just as Yang Lingyue was about to charge at him, he suddenly waved his right hand, and all of Yang Zhan's clothes were ripped to shreds. Yang Lingyue casually tossed the naked Yang Zhan toward Yang Lingyue. Long Chen's action caused all of the women to scream and flee. Yang Lingyue looked at the shining white body bearing down on her, and was so scared that her face turned deathly pale, and her legs went soft. How could she possibly have the energy to chase after Long Chen? Thankfully, the young expert behind her had a cold glint in his eyes, and rushed forward to catch Yang Zhan. Just as he was about to put his jacket on him, Yang Zhan realized what had happened, and let out a miserable howl as he fled, his buttocks swaying back and forth. It was a spectacular sight. Yang Zhan is so tall and strong, but his buttocks are so soft. Congratulations. I bet that even if he doesn't practice martial arts, he'll be able to make a good living. Long Chen laughed uproariously, causing everyone to blush and curse him for being shameless. Yang Lingyue's normally dignified image had been completely destroyed by Long Chen. She had almost fallen to the ground, but now that Yang Zhan was fleeing, she looked back at Long Chen, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Yang Chen, not only did you disobey the clan rules, but you also beat up your own brother. Furthermore, you've done such a despicable thing. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. It was hard to imagine that Yang Lingyue, who had always maintained the mysterious image of a big sister, would be so angry that even the two men behind her couldn't stop her. Today was just an ordinary exchange of pointers, and yet it caused such a huge commotion. It's as if I, Long Chen, have done something so outrageous. Normally, these so-called Yang clan disciples bully and beat me, and don't even treat me like a human being. I don't see anyone standing up for me. Thinking of this, Long Chen's eyes shone with a murderous light as he stared back at Yang Lingyue. Dad was right. If a man doesn't have strength, he's like a dog. She only dared to scold me today because I'm not strong enough. But since I can defeat Yang Zhan today, I'll be able to defeat you in the future. He took a few steps back and said in a cold voice, Yang Lingyue, are you blind? It was clearly Yang Zhan who came looking for trouble with me early in the morning. He humiliated me, and everyone knows that. I never would have guessed that I would be the one to defeat him, and yet I didn't kill him. Why are you pinning all the blame on me? Could it be that, as the elder sister, you only know how to act rashly and use your position to avenge your personal grievances? After hearing Long Chen's words, Yang Lingyue, who was about to explode, calmed down. She took a deep breath, and calmed herself down when she remembered that there were guests behind her. She walked in front of Long Chen, and stared at him coldly. Although Long Chen was only 16 years old, he was much taller than Yang Lingyue. Yang Chen, I've never thought highly of you before. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so deeply, only revealing it after reaching the 4th layer of the Dragon Vein stage. But we're all from the Yang clan, so there's no need for us to hide our strength. Forget it. You've injured Yang Zhan, and humiliated him. Third uncle and aunt won't let you off. Even if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't be able to escape punishment today. Long Chen smiled, and said, then I'm really looking forward to it. Let's wait and see. I think you'd better get lost. Your two lovers are still waiting for you. Long Chen's words were said in public, and it was extremely vicious. The young man behind her was interested in Yang Lingyue, and this was a well-known fact. But the other young man was his younger brother, and both of them were following behind Yang Lingyue. Long Chen's words made people's imagination run wild, and indirectly mocked Yang Lingyue's fickleness. No matter how good Yang Lingyue's temper was, her chest was about to explode from anger. She grabbed at Long Chen's neck, and the aura of the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein stage burst out. It was like a mountain crashing towards him, and Long Chen actually found it hard to breathe. Although he had the star's battle body, his skin was still aching. She hasn't even attacked me, and I'm already in so much pain. Yang Lingyue's strength is beyond my imagination, and I don't have the strength to face her at all. At this moment, a hand blocked in front of Yang Lingyue, forcing her to retreat. Long Chen thought he would be beaten up, but he didn't expect someone to protect him. Lowering his head, he saw that the one blocking in front of him was Yang Lingqing, the little girl. He had just injured her brother, and now she was here to save him. This world was really a little strange. Yang Lingqing had a ponytail, and wore a green martial artist's attire. She looked valiant, and her beauty was no less than Yang Lingyue's. Seeing that it was actually Yang Lingqing, Yang Lingyue anxiously said, Sister Qing, what are you doing? This guy just injured your brother, and I was about to teach him a lesson. Yang Lingqing apologized, Sister Lingyue, I know, but my father and uncle wanted me to bring him to see them, so I had no choice but to take action first. I'm sorry. Hearing that, Yang Lingyue coldly stared at Long Chen, and coldly said, your retribution is coming soon. I hope you can come out alive. You've offended me, so I won't let you have it easy. Long Chen wrinkled his nose, and said, you have so much time, and you're willing to spend it on me, but I don't have the time to deal with you. Let me make a suggestion, and we can settle this once and for all. What do you think? Yang Lingyue frowned, and said, what the hell are you trying to do? There's still half a month left in the clan meeting, and I'll be participating at that time. At that time, we'll settle our grudges. Do you dare to give me half a month's time? As soon as Long Chen's words came out, it immediately caused a commotion. Is this guy joking? He wants to defeat Sister Lingyue in half a month with his cultivation at the third layer of the dragon vein stage. That's nothing more than a pipe dream. Not good, this must be a trap. This kid is using a delaying tactic, and in half a month's time, who knows where he'll be hiding. Yang Lingyue suspiciously looked at Long Chen and suddenly laughed and said, "You must have made great progress recently, so you're a little arrogant. The path of cultivation is incomparably difficult, and I, Yang Lingyue, have spent 10 years to reach my current realm. Do you want to grow to my level in half a month? Fine, I'll let you be free for another half a month, and then I'll crush your stupid dream in front of everyone at the clan meeting." After saying that, he left. However, the agreement between Long Chen and Yang Lingyue was quickly spread in the Yang clan. For a moment, Long Chen's delusion became the laughingstock of everyone. On the road, Yang Lingqing looked at Long Chen with a bewildered expression, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Hey, how did you do it?" "What?" Yang Lingqing looked at him suspiciously, and said, "I knew that you were at the second layer of the dragon vein stage, so how did you defeat my brother?" Long Qinglan had warned him not to reveal the secret of the mysterious dragon jade, so Long Chen said, "I'm not only at the second layer of the dragon vein stage, you just didn't see it clearly." "Is that so?" Yang Lingqing only believed half of it. She tilted her head to look at this indifferent man, and only felt that he had become a mystery that was hard to understand. Yang Lingqing found that her brain was not enough to process this, so she stopped thinking about it. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the place, and Yang Lingqing said worriedly, "My father and uncle are inside, and they might punish you. I can't help you, so I won't go in. Take care of yourself." Long Chen nodded, and said, "Lingqing, thank you for saving me today." Yang Lingqing said, "You injured my brother, so I didn't want to save you. But you're really laughable. Sister Lingyue is at the 6th layer of the dragon vein stage, and with your strength, you're not even fit to carry her shoes. And you still want to defeat her in half a month? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Long Chen smiled, and did not comment. Chapter 9. There were only 2 people in the hall. The second son of the Yang clan, Yang Yuntian, sat on the side, and a middle-aged man with clear eyebrows was sitting in the middle. This was the eldest son of the Yang clan's ancestor, and Long Chen's uncle, Yang Qingxian. Long Chen stepped into the hall and his eyes met Yang Qingshuan's. This Yang Qingxian looks kind, but there's a divine light in his eyes. He's obviously a master with a high level of cultivation, much higher than Yang Yuntian next to him. Long Chen's cultivation increased, and so did his foresight. Yang Qingxian looked at Long Chen and said, "You must be Yang Chen. I've only seen you a few times since you were young, but I didn't expect you to grow up so quickly." Yang Qingxian didn't punish me as soon as he arrived. It seems like there's a chance. Long Chen secretly thought in his heart. His life's creed was that a real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. As long as there's life, there's hope. Now that he hit Yang Yuntian's son, he was in the wrong, so he bowed to the 2 and said, "Nephew." Yang Chen greets first uncle, second uncle. He had promised his father to change his surname, but he didn't have the strength to say it openly in the Yang clan, so he could only use this expedient method. "You've indeed reached the 3rd level of the dragon vein stage, but looking at your skills, you must have learned a body refining technique. It seems that you've been working hard in secret to achieve this. It might be possible to catch up with Ling Qing and Ling Yu during the holidays." Long Chen didn't dare to say no. This guy didn't mention the fight, but instead chatted with me. Yang Yuntian, on the other hand, looked at me like he wanted to kill me. At this time, Yang Yuntian called out, "Brother." Hearing Yang Yuntian's reminder, Yang Qingxian smiled and said, "You're indeed a good seedling, but it's not right for brothers to fight each other. I heard you hit him hard." Long Chen hurriedly said, "Uncle, fists and legs have no eyes in battle. With my strength, it's impossible for me to control my attacks at will. So, it wasn't my intention to injure him." Interrupted by Long Chen, young Qingxian simply kept quiet. At this time, young Yintian said coldly, "Not from your heart? Why did I hear that you wanted to beat Jean to death? He's already so vicious and merciless at such a young age. What will happen in the future? If I don't teach you a lesson today, won't you turn the world upside down in the future?" Yang Yintian simply stood up and walked towards Long Chen, step by step. His vigorous cultivation pressed down on Long Chen, almost crushing him to the ground. Long Chen did not utter a single word and persisted bitterly. He knew that if Yang Yintian wanted to kill him, he would only need to casually wave his hand. At this moment, a female voice came from outside the door. "Second brother, hand him over to me. I will give you an explanation." Long Chen could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, he still felt a lingering fear. He knew who the person behind him was, Yang Xueqing. Yang Xueqing's attitude towards Long Chen over the years was well known. If Long Chen fell into her hands, he would not have a good time. Thinking of this, Yang Yintian smiled and said, "Third sister, feel free to take him. However, a fight between juniors is a small matter. Third sister just needs to teach him a little." With that, he left. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, young Qingxian also stood up with a smile and left. Before leaving, he leaned over to Yang Xueqing's ear and said, "In less than 5 days, he actually managed to cross levels and master the meteor fist. Father may appreciate his talent." "Do as you see fit." Yang Xueqing was startled. After Yang Qingxian left, she walked in front of Long Chen. Long Chen also heard Yang Qingshuan's words. He was looking forward to Yang Xueqing's shocked expression, but unfortunately, this woman's face was still as cold as ice. That's right. Defeating Yang Zhan today is not enough to make her look at me differently. Long Chen's heart was still full of fighting spirit. He said indifferently, "If you want to kill me, do as you please. If you don't want to kill me, hurry up and tell me. I don't have time to fool around here." Yang Xueqing frowned and said coldly, "Now that you have some ability, your tone is a lot tougher. You are exactly the same as that trash back then. I have seen a lot of short-lived geniuses. Only you and your son think of yourselves as important people. Ridiculous." A murderous intent flashed in Long Chen's eyes. He forced himself to bear it. "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." With that, he walked past Yang Xueqing. When she walked to the door, Yang Xueqing suddenly said, "A month later, I will marry the Bai family's third son, Bai Zhanxiong. As for you, I don't want you to be in Baiyang town from tomorrow onwards. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this news, Long Chen was not surprised at all. However, even his strong heart could not help but bleed at this moment. There was no mother and son in the world who would have to face such a situation. Long Chen turned around and looked at her coldly. He said, "Don't blame me for not telling you. Bai Zhanxiong may look like a gentleman on the surface, but he is actually not a good person. I have seen with my own eyes that he kidnapped a few girls under the age of 16 and sold them to unknown people." After revealing this secret that he had been hiding in his heart for a long time, Long Chen thought that she would take it seriously. However, he did not expect Yang Xueqing's gaze to become colder and colder. At the end of Long Chen's words, she interrupted Long Chen and sneered. "Yang Chen, I only respected you a little because you had the ability to defeat Yang Zhan. I thought that you would be able to get rid of your bad habits and start a new life. I was happy for you, but I didn't expect you to disappoint me this much. I know that you don't want me to remarry, but you don't have to slander Brother Bai's character. You even made up such a ridiculous accusation. Brother Bai and I are childhood friends. If it wasn't for your father, I would have been his woman long ago. I know him 10,000 times better than you do. Are you trying to confuse me with such a ridiculous lie?" Long Chen was startled. Looking at the disappointed and despised face of the woman in front of him, he slowly clenched his fists. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. A beast was roaring madly in his heart. Is that so? Your biological son's words are actually so useless? Long Chen stared at her and said these words one word at a time. Yang Xueqing was silent for a moment, then said, "The things you've done all these years, ignorant and incompetent, bullying men and women, I know every single thing like the back of my hand. 10 years ago, I was completely disappointed in you. The people from your Long family are all untrustworthy scoundrels. Why should I believe you?" Long Chen felt like his chest was about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yang Xueqing. Suddenly, he laughed maniacally and said, "Yang Xueqing, you make it sound so easy. As a mother, do you have any responsibility as a mother? I have no parents, no one to discipline me. That's why I'm like a dog today, and you're blaming me? You blame me for being a natural-born scoundrel, a hopeless hedonistic son. But let me tell you, although I've harmed a few people in my life, I've never harmed a good person. But your Bai Zhanxiong is different." Taking a deep breath, Long Chen said calmly, "You're disappointed in me, and I'm also completely disappointed in you today. But if you want to get married, with me, Long Chen, around, it won't be that easy. Do you hear me? Long Chen." Yang Xueqing was expressionless as she threw a bag of things at Long Chen's feet. "In my heart, you've never been surnamed Yang. Also, here are 50 pieces of spiritual jades. Take them. Poplar Town is no longer suitable for you to stay." There was no point in saying more. Long Chen had always been greedy for small gains, but this time, he didn't even look at the spiritual jades and turned to leave. He rushed out of the Yang family and came to the riverside. He roared and smashed boulders one after another until he was so tired that he sat on the ground. He looked in the direction of the Yang family. This huge family was standing in front of him like a mountain, pressing down on his heart. Long Chen gradually clenched his fists, and a murderous aura erupted from his body. "Dad, I don't know if she's worth it, but I know that Bai Zhanxiong isn't a good person. No matter what she does to me, I will stop her. Also, I can't let her look down on me, and I can't let her look down on you." Until his fingernails pierced blood. "Dad, no one can stop me from becoming stronger. Today, I finally understand what you told me. If you want to be above everyone else, if you want everyone to respect you, acknowledge you, and flatter you, then you have to become stronger endlessly, until you reach the peak of this world. Those people, thank you for looking down on me. Otherwise, would still foolishly think that cultivation is the most boring thing, and that there's no pursuit in life. What you're about to see next will be a storm of surprises from me. The family meeting in half a month, and the stupid wedding in a month. Because of me, Long Chen, I will definitely give you a big, 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 big surprise." He vented his anger. Night came quickly. Looking at the boundless night sky, Long Chen sat on the roof of his house in the east of the town. "Yang Xueqing wants me to leave Biyao town, but Dad wants me to get the dragon seal. How can I leave? But with my current strength, if she attacks me, how can I resist? Should I leave Biyao town and hide for a period of time, and come back when the family meeting starts?" Long Chen thought hard for a while, and then his tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed. He thought to himself, rather than staying in Biyao town, I might as well go out and hunt demonic beasts. This way, I might improve faster, and I might even get some natural treasures. Thinking of this, he had already decided to go out for a while. But now he was hungry, so he jumped off the roof and walked towards the Rising Sun restaurant. When it was almost midnight, the Rising Sun restaurant was still very noisy. Long Chen secretly approached, and suddenly heard someone say, "Big news. You still don't know, right? Something big happened to the Yang family. What is it? Hurry up. You don't know, but I heard that this morning, young Master Yang Zhan fought with Yang Chen, the son of Yang Sanyang. Young Master Yang Zhan was stripped in public, and he committed suicide after returning home. Is this true? How can it be false? The news just came out, the Yang family is looking for Yang Chen now." After hearing this, Long Chen hurriedly left the place. I thought he would be ashamed to see people for the rest of his life, but I didn't expect this guy to be even worse, committing suicide. What a waste. But he usually doesn't treat me as a human. Today's contrast is so huge, it's reasonable that he couldn't take it. Yang Zhan is dead, I can't stay in Biyao town anymore. I have to leave Biyao town now. He used to hang around in Biyao town, so he was very familiar with it. So he used a tunnel to leave the town before the Yang family arrived. After walking for a long time, he turned back to look at Biyao town. Yang Zhan is dead, I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous for me to attend the clan meeting. But I heard that the old ancestor of the Yang family loves talented people. If I show off my talent, I might still have a chance. Today's meteor fist will probably shock him. But where could he go after leaving Biyao town? The barren mountain to the east of Biyao town is densely covered with forests. It's a paradise for poisonous insects and beasts, and there are many treasures there. Long Chen was about to go to the barren mountain, but at this moment, someone caught up with him. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly hid himself. When he saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he laughed. The person was the younger of the two men who followed Yang Lingyue in the morning. His name was Bai Shixuan, the youngest son of Bai Zhanxiong. The scene of him being bullied by Bai Shixuan in Jadeite restaurant appeared in Long Chen's mind. What is Bai Shixuan chasing? Long Chen originally thought that Bai Shixuan was chasing after him, but when he took a closer look, he realized that Bai Shixuan was actually chasing a floating cold light. That cold light was suspended in midair. It was clearly a treasure. Chapter 10. That cold light might be some sort of divine weapon. Bai Shixuan's expression clearly shows that he saw a treasure. Bai Shixuan ran after the cold light, and Long Chen, who had just left Biyao town, followed behind. His astral battle physique had reached minor completion, and under the starlight, he was able to keep up with Bai Shixuan without exhausting his true qi. The cold light in the sky grew dimmer and dimmer, and Long Chen could vaguely see that it was a sword. He had never heard of a sword that could fly on its own, so he was certain that it was a treasure. Although it was shaking, it still lasted for an hour. This place was already very far from Biyao town, and Long Chen didn't have to worry about Yang Yintian catching up to him. This kid's got guts. He actually dares to leave Biyao town so far. Long Chen used a piece of black cloth to cover his face as he followed them. Most people wouldn't be able to associate him with Long Chen, so he had achieved his goal. This is the fastest I can go, and I'm still panting. This Bai Shixuan is at most in the 3rd level of Dragon Vein, the same as me. But I have the meteor fist and astral battle physique. After rushing into a forest, the sword swayed left and right, then rapidly stabbed into the ground. Only then did Bai Shixuan rush into the forest. Seeing that the sword was right in front of him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked at the sword in front of him, his eyes shone with a fiery light. This sword can fly on its own, so it must be a supreme treasure. If I can obtain it, even if I have to hand it over to the clan, I'll still be able to obtain countless benefits. Thinking of the beautiful future, Bai Shixuan laughed heartily. But suddenly, he saw a masked man standing in front of him. He immediately turned pale with fright and shouted, Who are you? What do you want? Long Chen's speed was several times faster than an ordinary 3rd-level Dragon Vein. In Bai Shixuan's eyes, Long Chen's figure flashed and disappeared before his eyes. In the next breath, a heavy blow knocked him to the ground, and the huge force even knocked out several of his teeth. Bai Shixuan burst into tears when he saw the masked man standing coldly in front of him. Senior, I saw this sword by accident. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. Long Chen smiled and said, Is what you said true? However, now that I've obtained this treasured sword, I'm afraid that the news will leak out, so it's better to kill you to silence you. Bai Shixuan immediately howled miserably, Don't kill me, say. Senior, I didn't see your face, and I don't know you at all. how did you leak the news? You're right. Long Chen smiled. He lifted Bai Shushuan up by his neck and clicked his tongue as he looked at him. You're so soft and tender. It seems like your father is also handsome. However, the thing I hate the most in my life is a man who is more handsome than me, so, hearing Long Chen's words, Bai Shushuan immediately panicked and struggled to say, Senior, don't ruin my face. My father can give you anything you want. My grandfather is the patriarch of Biyao Town's Bai clan, you know him, so please spare me? Nonsense, why would I ruin your face? Long Chen's voice became colder and colder. He secretly took out a dagger and stabbed it into his crotch, twisting it. Bai Shushuan immediately let out a miserable howl and looked at Long Chen with eyes that were almost filled with despair. Then, he fainted from the pain. Long Chen threw him to the ground. I didn't ruin your face, I just made you not a man. Bai Shushuan, if I hadn't been smart back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a man today. An eye for an eye, this is just the cycle of karma. He turned around and looked at the sword. This was a completely black sword. What was different from ordinary swords was that this sword was very narrow, only 2 fingers wide. The sword was 70 centimeters long, and the body of the sword was made of iron. At this time, it was already rusted and looked like it could break at any time. Long Chen smiled bitterly and said, after chasing for so long, I didn't expect it to be a useless sword. He walked over, looked at the sword hilt, and reached out to hold it. Suddenly, a young girl let out a startled cry. Long Chen was completely unable to resist the force of the iron sword, pulling him upwards. He opened his eyes to look and was immediately frightened to the point where his face turned green. This was because the iron sword had once again flown up, but he had already been brought high up into the sky. This time, the iron sword's flying speed was 10 times faster than before, and it was also a lot higher. The forest below became a small piece. Long Chen suddenly became tongue-tied and screamed, if I fall down, I will definitely be smashed to pieces. Thinking of this, he quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and even hugged it with his whole body. He held on tightly to the iron sword and refused to let go. However, the iron sword swung around randomly. It seemed like it wanted to throw Long Chen off. This iron sword actually has a spiritual nature, it really is a treasure, but if I am thrown off, I will definitely die, I won't have the luck to enjoy it. A man and a sword, quickly flying in the sky. Long Chen desperately hugged the sword, although the iron sword's methods were endless, but it still didn't succeed in throwing him off. In order to save his life, Long Chen used all of his strength. Suddenly, a young girl's angry voice came from the sword. You lecher, you are actually hugging me and not letting go, quickly let go of me, otherwise I will not let you off. Long Chen was shocked, because the voice was clearly coming from this sword, and he was actually scolded as a lecher by a sword. Long Chen had an urge to vomit blood. This sword, is it a woman? Did you hear me? Quickly let go, otherwise I will not let you off. The voice came again, and the iron sword swung even more. Long Chen hurriedly said, Miss, I also want to let go, but you are flying so high, if I let go, won't I die? After saying this, the iron sword stopped swinging. She confusedly said, Is that so? Sorry, I forgot, I will go down, but you have to promise me that you will let go after I go down, that men and women should not touch. Long Chen secretly said, I know men and women should not touch, but you are a damn sword, how can I take advantage of you? But his mouth quickly said, That is natural, miss, I rashly offended you, I am really sorry. No, I just missed a point, it is also my fault. Alright, let us go down now. Long Chen really wanted to vomit blood. This girl flew for a long time, and then thought that if he let go, he would fall to his death. How confused must she be to have this kind of state? Safe landing. Long Chen surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this was a desolate mountain range. Bare rocks and withered trees could be seen everywhere. It was a desolate scene. The roars of beasts could be heard from afar, causing one's hair to stand on end. With a bang, Long Chen crushed a piece of skull. Only then did he realize that there were many beast bones and human bones around. Suddenly, a chill emerged in his heart. Miss, do you think, this can't be, the Desolate Beast region? The Desolate Beast region was in the depths of the Desolate Mountain Range, a place where only 9 out of 10 people survived. Long Chen had heard of many adventurous legends. The number of people who died here was too many to count. He didn't even know if he would be one of them in the next moment. He looked at the iron sword beside him. At this time, the iron sword once again spoke with a female voice. Sorry, I feel that there are many demonic beasts here. Their auras are much stronger than yours. If I leave you here, you definitely won't be able to live for long. What should I do? What should I do? The girl anxiously paced around. Long Chen was speechless. After a while, he said, "Hey, can't you just fly me back the same way you came?" At this time, the iron sword didn't speak. Long Chen anxiously said, "Hey, miss, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you talking?" Saying so, he reached out to grab the iron sword. The iron sword hurriedly said, "That. I'm really sorry, I also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Just now, I was in a rush to get rid of you. I actually didn't see that there's a huge restriction here. I can come in through the sky, but I can't fly out." Wah. After saying so, she burst into tears. Long Chen took a deep breath. If he didn't control himself with all his might, he really wanted to bang his head against the wall and die. "I didn't expect that Lingxi, would actually die in this damned place. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have touched this broken sword. Wah, mother, father. I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Be quiet." Long Chen hurriedly grabbed the iron sword and bent down to hide under a large rock. This was because he could vaguely feel that danger was approaching. In this desolate beast region, the iron sword was making such a loud noise. It was simply courting death. Frightened by Long Chen, she immediately stopped crying. Sensing a dangerous aura, she didn't dare to cry anymore. She obediently allowed herself to be held in Long Chen's hands, not daring to say anything about how men and women shouldn't touch. Long Chen's heart beat rapidly because he felt fear. He didn't dare to let out the slightest sound. He shrunk under the large rock and pressed his ear to the ground, listening for any movement. The sound of heavy footsteps approached step by step. Long Chen's heart was in his throat. He discovered that he couldn't help but tremble. It was clear just how dangerous it was right now. He held his breath. He slowed down his heartbeat and did his best to maintain a near-death state. However, at this time, his clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. He was most afraid that the donkey in his arms would suddenly make a sound. However, he couldn't make a sound either. If he made a sound, he might become a corpse in a short while. The sound of heavy footsteps, coarse breathing, and the faint stench in the air, the smell of saliva, made Long Chen's scalp go numb. Even the strongest expert he met didn't give him this kind of feeling. "Oh!" A low roar came from the other side of the large rock. After Long Chen heard it, his hair stood on end. At this time, if he had the slightest bit of carelessness, he would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, he performed very well. The sound of footsteps gradually went further and further away. Only when it could no longer be heard did Long Chen dare to breathe. At this time, he discovered that his hair was soaked in cold sweat. It could be seen just how terrified he was just now. Just now, it was a moon-devouring demonic wolf. With your strength, you would have been swallowed in one bite. The iron sword in his arms was relieved of a heavy burden. Long Chen stood up and said, "No matter what, I must leave this place before half a month. Come with me. If you have any good ideas or methods, tell me." "Oh right, your name is Lingxi." "I'm Long Chen." Chapter 11. The Desolate Beast region was the border between the Xiangyang Kingdom and the Lihua Kingdom. The two kingdoms didn't need to set up any defenses on this border because it was a paradise for demonic beasts. At the same time, the treasures of the Desolate Beast region could be found everywhere. It was said that the reason why the Desolate Beast region was so barren was because the spiritual items and spiritual herbs had absorbed all the spiritual energy in this place. Luckily we didn't fly too deep. I reckon we'll be able to leave this place in a few days. Lingxi cheered happily while being carried on Long Chen's back. The two of them had already been together for a day. Thus, this fellow who previously thought that men and women shouldn't touch each other was now lying comfortably on Long Chen's back, enjoying the pleasure of having a mount. Xiao Shi, shut your stinky mouth. If it wasn't for your constant chattering, would we have encountered so much trouble? I'm telling you, if I die here, I'll definitely rape you and then kill you. Long Chen threatened in a flustered and exasperated manner. He was carefully crawling out of the Desolate Beast region, but the fellow on his back kept talking all of a sudden, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Long Chen still had lingering fears after experiencing the fatal threat of the moon-devouring dire wolf and the other demonic beasts. Stinky brat, do you think I'm an idiot? I've thought it through. I'm a sword right now, the Lingxi sword. What can you do to me? The gray mountains and the gray sky seemed to connect without end. The air was filled with the smell of corpses and rotting corpses. Long Chen frowned and continued on his way. There's not much time left. I want to leave this place and reach the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. The clan meeting is just around the corner. If I can't obtain the dragon seal, then I won't have the strength to prove my existence in the upcoming bullshit wedding. Lingxi casually said, you're only at the 3rd layer of the Dragon Vein realm. It's indeed very difficult to reach the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein realm in half a month with the resources of this small place. Lingxi's words made Long Chen even more disheartened. He looked ahead and felt that there were many mountains in front of him, blocking his path and trapping him for the rest of his life. Something's wrong, Long Chen was suddenly enlightened. He thought to himself, mountains are meant to be climbed. It hasn't even been half a month. Why should I be discouraged now? Dad didn't give me the right to be discouraged. His heart was suddenly filled with lofty sentiments. Lingxi gloomily said when she sensed the blazing light that had suddenly erupted from Long Chen's eyes, what a strange fellow. Oh right, little Shi, you said this place is a small place. Our Yang kingdom has 17 counties, each county's land is very large. Take the Yuanling County where Biyao town is located. For example, there are hundreds of small towns like Biyao town. Lingxi rolled her eyes and said, you're just a toad at the bottom of a well. The area you're in is called the Myriad Kingdom Domain. There are close to 10,000 small countries like Yang Kingdom in the Myriad Kingdom Domain. And the Myriad Kingdom Domain is only a small piece of the dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen was shocked. He shook his head and said, little girl, don't try to lie to me. How can there be such a big world? I've only heard that there are a few countries besides Yang Kingdom. Believe it or not, His footsteps made light sounds as he stepped on the withered wood. Long Chen didn't pay attention to Lingxi anymore. He focused all his attention on his journey. The Desolate Beast region was filled with jagged rocks. It was because of these rocks that Long Chen was able to hide his figure. Desolate beast roars could be heard from the front. Little Shi, there might be danger ahead. Try not to speak loudly if there's nothing important. Lingxi had clearly sensed it as well as she obediently responded with a sound of agreement. Half a day passed as they traversed through the mountains. Long Chen raised his head and saw that the sky in the distance was no longer as heavy as before. Strands of light were peeking through. He was delighted. Luckily that muddle-headed fellow didn't go too deep. With my current speed, if there's no danger, should be able to get out in 2 or 3 days. However, I've wasted about 5 days in total. How can I be her match in just 10 days? The two continued on their way. If there was no danger, they would play around and insult each other. If there was danger, the two would keep quiet out of fear. Because Lingxi's perception was very strong, she was able to chase away demonic beasts from afar. Time passed day by day. Lingxi could also feel the anxiety in Long Chen's heart. One day, she suddenly said sneakily, "Hey, I smell a mountain demon ginseng." Hee hee. Long Chen was startled and casually said, "Smell it? Are you a little dog? A dog's nose is really sharp." Lingxi immediately said angrily, "Bastard, I'm helping you out of goodwill, but you actually called me a little dog. I won't help you anymore. I caused you to lose face at some family meeting." Humph. Long Chen hurriedly begged for mercy. After a while of coaxing, he even called her great aunt. Finally, the little girl was amused and said, "That's more like it. This mountain demon ginseng is one of the better mid-grade yellow-class spiritual herbs. Although it's not very useful, it can still help you a little." Long Chen secretly laughed. This fellow's nose is so sharp. I must keep her by my side in the future. Thinking of the pile of spiritual items he had obtained, Long Chen secretly made up his mind. At this time, Lingxi, who was excitedly looking for the mountain demon ginseng, did not expect that because of a moment of impulse, she would be taken by Long Chen. Mountain demon ginseng is a strange spiritual item. It is a type of spiritual herb, but after 100 years, it has spirituality and the ability to move. It's very difficult to find. However, it will not be able to escape from the palm of Lingxi. Go this way, almost there. Aya, quickly chase, it's going to slip away, this way." Under Lingxi's command, Long Chen chased at lightning speed. When he rushed past a huge boulder, he already saw the so-called mountain demon ginseng. It was a little person about a foot tall, and its whole body was emitting a misty yellow light. A thick medicinal fragrance came from its body, causing Long Chen to be a little tempted. This is the key to me being in the limelight at the family meeting. I have to get it no matter what. With the strong support of the star's battle body, Long Chen burst out with a super high speed and shot towards the mountain demon ginseng. He suddenly rushed into a valley, and the mountain demon ginseng was right in front of him. At this time, Lingxi suddenly shouted, "Hey, stop, hide." In the past 3 days, the two of them had already formed a tacit understanding. Even though the mountain demon ginseng was right in front of him, Long Chen knew that as long as there's life, there's hope. This desolate beast region was not a place where he could do as he pleased, so the first thing he needed to do was to preserve his own life. Thus, when Lingxi said to hide, he rolled on the ground and suddenly crashed into a mountain crack. Just as he rushed into the mountain crack, the fleeing mountain demon ginseng immediately stopped. This was because a few beast roars sounded out from the darkness of the valley. In the next instant, a few black figures quickly rushed out and surrounded the mountain demon ginseng. The sound of heavy breathing came from the mouths of these demonic beasts. There was a total of 5 demonic beasts. Their entire bodies were pitch black, and their bodies were robust like black panthers. However, their snouts were long and pointed, and their 4 claws were like blades. As they ran, dark red lines appeared on their bodies, and a bloody aura suddenly pervaded the valley. It's actually an earth demon hound. Chapter 12. Long Chen knew that the demonic beasts in the 9 realms of the dragon bloodline were divided into 9 ranks. These 5 fiend earthly hounds were all at the 4th rank of the yellow rank. In other words, each one of them was probably stronger than Long Chen. As for the moon-devouring fiend wolf, according to Lingxi, it was a super existence that completely surpassed these 9th-rank demonic beasts. Long Chen coldly watched as the 5 fiend hounds cheered for the spirit herb that trespassed into his territory. These 5 fiend hounds are all at a higher level than me, but I have astral battle physique. I can attack when they least expect it, so I still have a chance. But these fiend hounds will definitely chase after me. If they cause a huge commotion, I won't even have a corpse left in this desolate beast region. But if I don't give it my all, how will I have the qualifications to face them during the clan meeting? Fine, dying is better than living like a coward. Long Chen's eyes turned cold and he was about to get up when Lingxi quickly stopped him. Lingxi whispered, "Idiot, do you want to die? There are so many spirit herbs here. If you waste your life, you'll have nothing left. Lingxi spoke urgently. Long Chen could hear deep concern in her voice. This startled him. Thinking back, there really weren't many people who would treat him so sincerely in the past. The two had only known each other for such a short time, so Lingxi had indeed moved him. Xiao Shi, you're a good person. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. I still have to protect you. TCH, I've always been a good person. It was obvious that this was the first time the little girl had been praised like this. Although her words weren't pleasant, her voice carried a hint of shyness. The fiend hound was right in front of him, so Long Chen didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that the fiend hound was about to take the ginseng back, Lingxi suddenly whispered, "There are other demonic beasts coming." Long Chen was taken aback. Then, he saw the five-headed hellhound's hair stand on end, its eyes glinting with a ferocious light as it howled in the direction of the valley entrance. At this time, a tall figure gradually walked out from the darkness. First, a bright light shot over. Long Chen squinted his eyes. Under the faint starlight, the full appearance of this demonic beast was revealed. It was a wolf-shaped demonic beast. Its body wasn't as big as the moon-devouring demonic wolf, but it was extremely robust. It had silver-white long hair, and at this moment, its fur was actually emitting flowing starlight. Long Chen could even feel that the starlight in the sky was being absorbed into the fur of this demonic beast. This is a yellow rank level 5-star demon wolf. It usually absorbs the energy of the stars to cultivate, and its body is extremely strong. Lingxi's voice entered Long Chen's ears. It was actually a 5th-grade yellow-rank demonic beast. Long Chen would be even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. The star demon wolf walked into the valley and let out a low growl towards the five-headed hellhound. As if it was provoked, the star demon wolf had already pounced towards the hellhound. Long Chen and Yi Lingxi didn't dare to make a sound, and quickly watched. As he expected, the star demon wolf was also an expert in body refinement. With a single claw and pounce, the mountain rocks were all shattered. The hellhound wasn't weak either, and they pounced towards him like a swarm of bees, letting out howls and baring their fangs. It was extremely terrifying. This hellhound's claw technique, it actually has a hint of a martial arts technique. When it attacks and retreats, it's actually not weaker than a basic combat technique. And this star demon wolf is even stronger. Very quickly, the star demon wolf's strength completely suppressed the hellhounds. Although the hellhounds were extremely terrifying, under the sharp claws and fangs of the star demon wolf, they were either killed or heavily injured. In less than 15 minutes, all 5 of the hellhounds had fallen to the ground. The star demon wolf used its nose to sniff the trembling mountain demon ginseng, and immediately let out a low growl of excitement. The starlight in the sky surged, and only then did the star demon wolf leave in satisfaction. This demonic beast took away the mountain demon ginseng. Hurry, we have to catch up to it. Lingxi, that coward, actually took the initiative to ask him to follow. Long Chen believed in Lingxi's background, so he also believed in her judgment. But before that, he immediately rushed over to the 5 hellhounds and took out their beast cores. This thing can be exchanged for many treasures. You greedy ghost, hurry up and chase it. But you can't let it discover you, or you'll die. Compared to Long Chen, Lingxi was even more anxious. The star demon wolf's speed wasn't fast. After Long Chen took out the beast cores, he quickly caught up to it, but he only dared to watch it from afar. Little Shi, why are you so anxious for me to catch up to it? The mountain demon ginseng has already been taken away, and we didn't get anything. Lingxi said anxiously, it did take away the mountain demon ginseng, but most demonic beasts only use the spirit herbs they find as food. They don't know how to refine them, so eating them is a waste. This star demon wolf is probably the king of this area, so I'm guessing there should be some spirit herbs stored in its cave. Demonic beasts usually like to hide things they can eat, and the more they have, the more satisfied they will be. If we follow it and find its cave, it won't be wrong. Lingxi said a lot, and only then did Long Chen understand. He thought to himself, if it's as Lingxi said, it won't be a waste of time if I follow it and find something. Before the hour was up, the astral demonic wolf stopped in front of a cave and quickly entered. On the other hand, Long Chen was observing from behind a boulder outside the cave. Little she, what should we do now? Lingxi said anxiously, just wait for now. I have a plan. This fellow is acting mysteriously. Long Chen could not be bothered with her and focused on the cave. After a while, the star demon wolf actually came out of the cave. It raised its head and looked around. Long Chen quickly withdrew his aura and breathing, not daring to move. However, he became much more nervous. After observing the cave for a while, the star demon wolf howled and got down on all fours, disappearing from Long Chen's sight in the blink of an eye. Lingxi said happily, "It is as I expected. Scoundrel, quickly go into his cave. There must be something good in there." Long Chen knew this even without her saying it. The star demon wolf had only gone in for a short while. If it had consumed the mountain demon ginseng, it would not have come out so quickly. Long Chen suddenly rushed into the cave. The cave was dark and deep, and a strong smell of wolves assailed his nostrils. It is indeed the star demon wolf's cave. Soon, the surroundings lit up, and Long Chen rushed into the large hemispherical space. This was the true home of the astral demonic wolf. Although there was some smell of demonic beast feces, the rich fragrance of spirit herbs filled the entire cave. Mountain demon ginseng, there are actually two. Long Chen, your luck is too good. There's no time to lose. Quickly collect these things. As soon as Lingxi finished speaking, Long Chen made his move. The 2 stalks of mountain demon ginseng were quickly collected by him. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. I forgot. Because the ginseng wanted to run around, that fellow used a method to imprison them. Now that you have taken the ginseng, it probably knows. Long Chen's face immediately turned red as he cursed, "Fuck you. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm going to die because of you." There was no time to lose. He had already taken the things and rushed out frantically. Because Lingxi had done something wrong, she did not dare to say a word. She followed Long Chen dejectedly. He could vaguely hear an angry wolf howl resounding in the night sky not far from the cave. Long Chen's heart turned cold as he rushed out of the cave. Over there. Lingxi pointed in a direction. Long Chen hurriedly fled in that direction. He could feel the heavy breathing behind him getting closer and closer. "If I die this time, I will definitely drag you out from this lousy sword and trample on you." Woo. I really did not do it on purpose. I just did not remember. Woo woo. Chapter 13. When Long Chen turned around, he was scared out of his wits. The guy who was chasing him with bloodshot eyes was no more than 20 meters away from him. If this continued, he would probably die in less than 15 minutes. I have so many things to do, and I'm going to die in this place? He was extremely unwilling. He roared repeatedly and tried his best to escape. However, the guy was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already smelled him. The smell of a wolf. "Fuck you. I can't fight a beast like you." The blood in his heart roiled. He knew that if he continued like this, then his opponent would definitely be able to pierce through his back with a single strike. So, at the last moment, he suddenly turned around and shouted explosively. Starlight suddenly erupted from his body, and he was like a meteor that crashed down from the sky and blasted towards his opponent. "Eat my meteor fist. Go to hell." With a loud bang, the astral demon wolf let out an angry roar. He clenched his claws and struck out. His huge power instantly broke through Long Chen's meteor fist and hit Long Chen's body. Long Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backward, and fell to the ground. Even the meteor fist can't stop him. That attack just now had shaken Long Chen's entire body to the point that his blood and qi were in turmoil. He instantly lost half of his combat power. At this moment, the astral demon wolf let out another angry roar and slashed its claws at Long Chen's head. If it hit, Long Chen's head would be crushed. Looking at the huge momentum of the attack, this was the most powerful opponent that Long Chen had encountered so far. He was almost defenseless in front of him. The cold light on top of his head gradually approached. Long Chen suddenly laughed. He clenched his fists tightly and roared crazily, "You want to kill me? It's not that easy." He suddenly rose up and used all his strength again. He used all the power and true qi of the astral battle body. He was like a meteor that faced death calmly and rushed toward the astral demon wolf. The feeling of having his life in his hands and being able to throw it away at any time stimulated all of his madness and violence. Although he was injured, it was true that the attack he had just unleashed was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed. The meteor fist had almost exhausted all of his true qi. "Idiot, why are you so desperate?" At this time, a sobbing voice sounded from behind Long Chen. His vision blurred, and suddenly a misty light appeared in front of him. In that instant, Long Chen suddenly felt like he was dreaming. In front of him, the Lingxi sword floated, and at this time, a large amount of white mist surged out of the Lingxi sword, immediately blurring Long Chen's vision. A figure condensed in the mist of the Lingxi sword, and when Long Chen saw her back, two words appeared in his mind. Fairy. The woman in the mist had a head of enchanting black hair. Her temples were exposed by the wind, and her skin was as smooth as warm jade. She wore a light blue dress, and her waist was not small. She was charming without bones, and extremely beautiful. She was so beautiful that she didn't eat the food of the mortal world. Although he only saw her back, he was sure that she must be very beautiful. The injuries he suffered before were actually much more serious than he imagined. However, he was putting on a brave front and didn't want to die here, so he didn't feel that it was too serious. Now that Lingxi suddenly came out of the sword, Long Chen suddenly felt very peaceful. Then, an earth-shattering pain tore at his body. He was already heavily injured, and now his true qi was sucked out again. Right now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Suddenly, his consciousness became more and more hazy, and the beautiful figure in front of him also gradually disappeared. After a long time, he woke up and found himself between two huge rocks. He raised his head and saw that the sky was still gray, proving that he was still in the desolate beast region. His body still felt a bit uncomfortable, but he felt fine. Long Chen recalled what happened before he fainted and panicked. He hurriedly asked, "Lil Shi, where are you?" "Here," a weak voice replied. Only now did Long Chen see Lingxi's sword leaning against a nearby rock. Everything that happened before he fainted was still vivid in Long Chen's mind. Now that he saw Lingxi, he couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. At the same time, Lingxi's stunning beauty was firmly engraved in his heart. Lingxi's voice still sounded very weak. He was a bit worried and hurriedly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but I'm really tired. I don't even have the strength to speak. Since you're awake, I'm going to sleep. If you wake me up, I'll take your life." Towards the end, she was already somewhat delirious. "You fell asleep so quickly? You're really a pig." Long Chen laughed as he scolded her. However, when he thought about how not only did this girl save him, but she also endured her exhaustion and didn't sleep while he was unconscious. How could I not understand this friendship? Never mind, this girl is all alone. In the future, let me, Long Chen, properly repay her. Long Chen already knew that Lingxi's body was destroyed by the mysterious sword and her soul was sucked into it. That astral fiend wolf was probably repelled by Lingxi. Now that I've obtained 2 ginsengs, I can use them to advance my strength. Thinking of this, he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he took out the ginsengs and ate one. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen could feel a wave of heat spreading through his body. It circulated through his entire body several times, nourishing his body and then heading towards his dantian. This heat is the medicinal energy. I need to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly refine this medicinal energy and turn it into true energy. Time passed bit by bit. After an hour, the medicinal energy of the ginsengs had been completely digested. Longchen furrowed his brows and said, "Mountain demon ginsengs are middle-grade spiritual herbs. I'm afraid that one won't be enough for me to break through the fourth dragon vein immediately. I'll take another one. Since I've cultivated the astral battle body, my meridians are stronger than ordinary people. I'm sure I can withstand this huge medicinal energy." As soon as he thought of this, he swallowed the other ginseng. As the dense medicinal energy began to spread, Longchen increased the speed of his refinement. The true energy in his dantian increased, gradually reaching the critical point and even exceeding it. It's all done. This time, let me break through to the fourth layer of the Dragon Vein realm. Every 3 layers of the Dragon Vein realm is a threshold. Once I reach the fourth layer, my strength will definitely increase once again. At that time, I won't be defenseless when I encounter that astral fiend wolf again. Vast amounts of true energy surged toward the fourth Dragon Vein. The fourth Dragon Vein realm was several times harder than the third Dragon Vein realm. Long Chen's first attempt was met with a strong resistance. The cultivation of the Dragon Vein realm is truly difficult. I have my father's true energy and 2 ginsengs, but I still can't make a breakthrough. However, this isn't my limit. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen gathered all his true energy and surged it toward the fourth Dragon Vein. The roar of a dragon resounded in his body. An hour later, with a loud boom, a powerful aura exploded in the surroundings. Long Chen stood up with true energy surging in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he sensed the powerful energy in his body. So this is the fourth layer of the Dragon Vein realm? How powerful. To think that Yang Zhan lost to me despite possessing such strength. What a piece of trash. Looking at the Lingxi sword, Lin Yun said, "I'm afraid that it won't be easy for Lingxi to wake up. There's not much time left for the clan's assembly, so I can't waste it. While she's asleep, I'll cultivate the astral battle body and stabilize my cultivation before making a breakthrough to the 5th layer." With the improvement in his strength, Long Chen's flustered heart finally calmed down. He sat down on the ground and continued cultivating. Chapter 14. For days had passed since Long Chen was injured and Lingxi had woken up. Long Chen calculated the time. It should be almost time for the clan meeting. I can't complete the astral battle physique, so I'm still at the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm. I'm still weaker than Yang Lingyue, who's at the 6th level. Long Chen frowned. He decided to leave as soon as Lingxi woke up. Lingxi woke up 4 days later. Seeing that Long Chen's cultivation had improved greatly, she said anxiously, "Looks like you've used up all the mountain demon ginseng. You should be able to fight against the astral fiend wolf now. There's not much time left for the clan meeting, so we have to hurry to his cave." Long Chen was stunned. "We still have to go to his cave? We've already taken all of his benefits." "You don't know, but to you, that fellow is the treasure itself," Lingxi said in a low voice. Acting so mysterious. I wonder what he's up to. Although puzzled, Long Chen chose to believe Lingxi. The 2 of them headed towards the astral fiend wolf's cave. "Little Shi, what kind of treasure is this astral fiend wolf? You said it's good for me?" The fur of the astral fiend wolf is very special. It can actively absorb the energy of the stars. After absorbing the energy, its fur will become unusually hard, which is why it has the same effect as a martial artist's body tempering. Generally speaking, the astral fiend wolf can be sold for more money because of its fur, which is helpful to your astral battle physique. Listening to Lingxi's explanation, Long Chen was secretly speechless. There were really all kinds of strange things in this world. Thinking that the fur of the astral fiend wolf was actually helpful to the astral battle physique, Long Chen knew that he had to give it a try. Only by winning could he fulfill his wish. Long Chen originally thought that Lingxi cared so much about the astral fiend wolf for her own sake. He didn't expect it to be for him. Although this girl is muddle-headed and stubborn, she has a good heart. For the sake of Lingxi and Long Qinglan, he had to go all out this time. Furthermore, he had advanced to the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm and was several times stronger than before. There was a high chance that he could defeat the astral fiend wolf. Dragon Martialist? I've never heard of this name before. Just what does it mean? Father is such a mysterious person, yet he values it so much. Soon, they appeared outside the cave. Lingxi said worriedly, the astral demonic wolf is very strong, no weaker than you. If you can't defeat it, you can always flee. I just want to give you a bargaining chip in the clan meeting. Don't throw your life away. Long Chen smiled and said, it's fine, I understand your intentions. However, I, Long Chen, am not so easily defeated. Placing Lingxi's sword on the ground, Long Chen said, just watch how I ravage this little beast. The strong confidence in that smile made Lingxi a little dazed. Bad people. She scolded in her heart. Long Chen openly appeared at the entrance of the astral demonic wolf's cave. Both the astral battle physique and the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm erupted at the same time. This way, the astral demonic wolf in the cave could instantly sense Long Chen's presence. Demonic beasts had a strong sense of territory. Since Long Chen had invaded its territory, he naturally deserved to die. After coming out, the astral demonic wolf realized that it was the person who had stolen from it last time. It let out a howl and pounced at Long Chen without a word. There were still traces of blood on its chest. Long Chen knew that it was Lingxi who had injured it. This was probably why Lingxi was at ease to let Long Chen fight it. However, the astral demonic wolf's speed and strength still made his pupils shrink. Seeing how strong the astral demonic wolf was, Lingxi also panicked. She was afraid that her good intentions would cause trouble. Don't move, I won't lose. Long Chen's voice rang in her ears. Seeing that the handsome youth was already fighting with the other party, Lingxi did not move in the end. All right, I believe in you. She silently cheered for Long Chen in her heart. At this moment, Long Chen erupted the full power of the astral battle physique. Not only did his defense soar, but the faintly discernible power of the stars was like countless blades surrounding his body. If an ordinary person were to get close, they would probably be injured by the sharp aura. At this moment, with the addition of his true energy, Long Chen's strength soared again. Previously, he had no power to resist the astral demonic wolf, but now he had the power to fight it head-on. With a loud bang, a ferocious tiger fist collided with the astral demonic wolf. Although the astral demonic wolf was much taller than Long Chen, the two of them were evenly matched. With a loud bang, the powerful strength of the astral demonic wolf made Long Chen's arms tremble. Long Chen's astral battle physique also made the other party feel like it was cut by a blade. The astral battle physique had left small scars on its limbs. This made the astral demon wolf even more enraged. It let out a roar and got down on all fours again. It soared towards Long Chen, and demonic energy spread out from its body. A pair of claws slashed towards Long Chen. Although the fighting style of a wild beast is terrifying and extremely frightening, my guts are bigger than your head. I'm not afraid of it. The astral demonic wolf's attacks were very ruthless and fatal, but Long Chen wasn't weak either. He was actually a very ruthless person in his bones. It was just that he had hidden it for more than a decade. After this battle, it immediately showed. Although the astral demonic wolf was powerful, it was actually beaten back by Long Chen. The astral battle physique allowed Long Chen to have very sharp reflexes in battle. The astral demonic wolf completely attacked with the attacking style of a wild beast, so he used the method of attacking wild beasts. Like a whirlwind, Long Chen's leg sent the other party flying back several meters. Then, with a roar, his leg exploded with power, and his whole body turned into a meteor, crashing towards the astral demonic wolf. Only after stepping into the 4th level of the Dragon Vein realm can I use the true power of the Meteor Fist. I'll let you have a taste of how weak you were before. Meteor Fist, Heaven and Earth Annihilation. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the astral demonic wolf to crash into the mountain wall. At this moment, the place where it was hit by the Meteor Fist had already turned scarlet, and the mountain wall behind it also had a web-like crack. Another punch landed on the astral demonic wolf's body, and Long Chen instantly grabbed its head. At this moment, the eyes of the astral demonic wolf were still filled with the ruthlessness of a demonic beast. However, after suffering a series of heavy injuries, it no longer had much strength to resist. Long Chen's final Meteor Fist smashed into its lower jaw, instantly shattering its bones. The fragments pierced into the astral demonic wolf's head, causing it to die and fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lingxi finally heaved a sigh of relief. When she discovered that the astral demonic wolf had become stronger, she was extremely nervous. She knew how strong Long Chen was. This time, he was able to defeat the astral demonic wolf because his fighting style was even more ruthless and beastly than the other party. This guy is really a pervert. He's so scary when he fights, and he doesn't usually speak well, but he does look quite good when he smiles. Thinking of this, Lingxi suddenly felt a little warm. At this moment, Long Chen had already dragged the huge body of the astral demonic wolf to the side of Lingxi's sword. Long Chen said proudly, "Girl, what's wrong with you? Have you been mesmerized by my mighty battle scenes?" Initially, Lingxi thought that this guy was not bad. At this moment, when she heard his words, she was instantly disgusted. She said, "Dream on. I don't like a toad like you." Long Chen chuckled and changed the topic. He frowned and looked at the astral demonic wolf gloomily. He said, "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up and tell me how to use this fur." At the mention of this, Lingxi instantly became excited. She said, "What else can I do? Pluck off all its fur, swallow it into my stomach, and refine it. That way, it'll be a success." Long Chen was instantly stunned. He looked at the astral demonic wolf with a bitter expression. He stammered, You want me to eat this beast's fur? I actually want to eat its fur?" "Yes, eat its fur," Long Chen groaned and fell to the ground. An hour later. Long Chen sat on the ground. On the surface of his skin, faint starlight appeared and became denser. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs seemed to have turned into stars, emitting a dazzling light. And behind him, there were corpses of the astral demonic wolf all over him. This scene was very easy to think of rape first and then murder. Lingxi stared blankly at Long Chen, who was immersed in cultivation. She giggled for a long time. Suddenly, her smile froze. "Really, what am I thinking? He's just a weak martial artist in this remote place. It's impossible for him to have a deep connection with me. If he can really help me recover, I'll help him again in the future." At this time, Long Chen was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. "This dog's fur is soft, but when it enters my body, it feels like a blade. A destructive force is surging in my body, destroying my body. This force should be the power of the stars." Forcibly enduring the pain, Long Chen suddenly activated the secret technique of the astral battle physique, using the chaotic power of the stars in his body to cultivate the astral battle physique. Under the chaotic destruction of the power of the stars and the use of the secret technique of Long Chen's astral battle physique, he gradually became stronger after destruction. Thinking of his miserable state an hour ago, Long Chen's stomach kept churning. Under the instigation of Lingxi, he really ate those disgusting wolf fur. Thinking of it, although it was miserable, in order to become stronger, he was willing to go all out. Under the tempering of the endless power of the stars, he continued to grow stronger. Finally, he reached a critical point. With a bang, a starlight vortex erupted from Long Chen's body, and a huge force shook the surroundings. Long Chen suddenly stood up, feeling the huge power in his body. Looking at his skin carefully, one could see the faint starlight, like a blade flashing from it. His eyes erupted with a bright light, no different from the stars in the night sky. Great completion of the astral battle physique is actually this powerful? He looked in the direction of Biyao town. Yang clan, I'm coming. Chapter 15. July 25th, Biyao town's Yang family assembly, sincerely inviting all the forces of Biyao town to attend. In the Eastern martial arts courtyard of the Yang family, the seats were arranged in order. It was already past noon and the guests had already finished eating. Next was the highlight of the family assembly, the competition between the young disciples of the Yang family. This was a public test of the cultivation of the younger generation of the Yang family, and also a way for the two major families of Biyao town to show their authority to the other forces. In front of several arenas, there was a high platform where the elders of the Yang family were seated. The Yang family was a new force in Biyao town. They didn't have many members, but there was a white-haired old man sitting in the middle, who had a strong body and eyes like lightning. He was the Yang family ancestor. As for the rest of the Yang family, Yang Qingxian, Yang Xueqing, and the others sat next to the ancestor. Next to Yang Xueqing were the people of the Bai family. The Bai family patriarch did not come, but the third and fourth sons of the Bai family came. There was also a young master standing behind Bai Zhanxiong. It was Bai Shixuan's elder brother and Bai Zhanxiong's eldest son. His strength shocked the younger generation of Biyao town. The other small forces of Biyao town sat down one by one. The other family members of the Yang family had no seats, so they watched from outside the martial arts arena. At this time, the Yang family ancestor smiled at Bai Zhanxiong and said, "Brother Bai and I are sworn brothers. Xiong, you don't have to be so polite. I am busy with the family assembly, so I'm afraid I can't entertain you well. I'll let Qing, accompany you." Bai Zhanxiong hurriedly smiled and said, "I often come to the Yang family. Sister Qing always accompanies me, so we are already familiar with each other. Uncle Yang, feel free to hold the family assembly. I want to see the outstanding talent of the Yang family's younger generation." On the side, Yang Xueqing looked at Bai Zhanxiong with a smile full of affection. On the martial arena, the battles were extremely exciting. The martial arts competition used an elimination system, and the strong passed through all obstacles. The audience was filled with praises, and even the Bai and Yang families were nodding in approval at the strength of the Yang family's juniors. The eldest of the Yang family, Yang Qingxian, turned to look at a young man behind him and said, "Wu, what do you think?" This young man was very similar to Yang Qingxian. He had a tough face, as if it was carved by a sword, and his back was straight. He was a rare young master. He had already obtained the dragon's seal and cultivated for a period of time. Sister Lingyu is the only 6th-layer dragon vein realm cultivator, which is very good. However, I am very surprised that Ling Qing could easily defeat Yang Qiong. Looking at Ling Qing's appearance, it seems that he has completely mastered Meteor Fist, and breaking through to the 6th-layer dragon vein realm is only a matter of time. However, I'm still not Ling Yu's match this time. Yang Wu saw through everything. Yang Qingxian nodded and said, "Why don't I see Lao Er here? Although my second son has lost a son, his daughter is very outstanding. I think he should be able to obtain some comfort." A cold light flashed in Yang Wu's eyes. He said, "Second uncle left first, probably because he was too emotional. Father, I have only seen third aunt's son a few times, but I have heard of him. He is completely a servant. How could he defeat Zhan? I can't understand it. He must have been hiding his strength and enduring the humiliation. Otherwise, who would be able to raise his cultivation to 3-layer dragon vein realm in such a short period of time? His talent is indeed not bad, but it's a pity that his life isn't that great. So what if his talent is not bad? His heart is not in the right place, and he plotted against his brother. He should be hacked into pieces. By the way, father, he once said that he would defeat Ling Yu in the clan meeting. Do you think he will show up today?" Yang Qingxian smiled and said, "It's just a lie to deceive Lingyu. It's not worth mentioning. Lao heir wants his life, would he dare to show up? He's courting death." Just when Yang Wu was about to speak, someone suddenly made an announcement. "Ladies and gentlemen, the competition between the younger generation of our Yang clan has finally reached its final stage. The two who stand out will compete in the final battle, and the winner will obtain our Yang clan's greatest secret technique, Dragon Seal. For the final battle, the first two are Yang Lingyue and Yang Lingqing." Bai Zhanxiong smiled and said, "Sister Qing, the girls of the Yang clan are indeed extraordinary. Even the final battle is between two girls." Seeing Bai Zhanxiong praise her, Yang Xueqing felt sweet in her heart. She said, "The younger generation of the Bai clan is even more powerful. Ji Chen has already reached the 7-layer dragon vein realm, and your eldest brother's son is also known as the strongest among the younger generation of Baiyang town. Even Xiaowu is inferior to him. Chen is indeed not bad. She's almost catching up to me." In the arena, Yang Lingqing glanced at the audience. The person she was thinking of was not there. He really doesn't dare to show up. That's right, who would risk their life to fulfill the bet? The younger generation below the arena were discussing. "You guys, who do you think will win?" "Of course it's Sister Lingyu. There's a whole layer difference. Sister Lingyu will obtain the Dragon Seal. Do you guys still remember that kid? The one who wanted to bet with Sister Lingyu at the clan meeting? I said at that time that he made up a lie to make Sister Lingyu let him go. Now it's true, isn't it? Fuck, we all know it's a joke. You don't have to say it." In the arena, Yang Lingyue and Yang Lingqing had already begun their battle. Meteor Fist. 9 Fingers of Wind Devil. Starlight filled the entire arena. Yang Lingqing had trained hard for so many years just for this moment. Thus, this fist contained the full power of a 5th-layer dragon vein. Furthermore, with Long Chen's guidance, this meteor fist had the power of a 6th-layer dragon vein. Even Yang Lingyue was slightly surprised by this meteor fist. Her face turned cold as she thought, "Little Qing is 2 years younger than me. I'm afraid that she'll reach 6th-layer dragon vein in 2 years. At that time, she'll definitely receive more training than me. That's not a good thing." Outside the arena, Yang Xueqing frowned. Little Qing's improvement is godly. Yuer feels threatened and even used the 9 Fingers of Wind Devil. The moment the 9 Fingers of Wind Devil was used, the spectators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Yang clan's old ancestor looked at the arena with a burning gaze. These two juniors have cultivated their battle skills quite well. Yuer's 9 Fingers of the Wind Devil can be used 7 times in a row, and Little Qing has mastered the Meteor Fist. If the two of them were equal in terms of true qi, Little Qing would probably be superior. The Yang clan's old ancestor was powerful, and the situation in the arena was clear. He suddenly thought of someone and looked around. That brat who learned the Meteor Fist in 3 days probably won't be coming. To him, the Yang clan is like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. Long Chen's guess was right. Although he caused Yang Zhan's death, the fact that he learned the Meteor Fist in 3 days still shocked the old ancestor. Under the influence of Yang Lingqing's Shen Qi, the 9 Fingers of Wind Devil continuously wore down Yang Lingqing's Meteor Fist. Yang Lingqing was sweating profusely and desperately pushed her Shen Qi, but her opponent was too strong. After 5 fingers of the 9 Fingers of Wind Devil, Yang Lingqing finally couldn't resist and was thrown off the arena. The winner had been decided. Yang Lingyue stood in the arena with a smile on her face. Applause came like a tidal wave. In the stands, the Yang clan's old ancestor and the others also smiled. Especially Yang Lingyue's father, the eldest of the Yang clan, Yang Qingxian, was grinning from ear to ear. Today's champion of the Yang clan's junior martial arts competition is Yang Lingyue. Bai Zhanxiong and Yang Xueqing looked at each other and smiled. It's all thanks to your guidance that Lingyue has the spirit of a man. Yang Xueqing smiled faintly and said, Brother Bai, you flatter me. Teaching the younger generation of the clan is Xueqing's duty. She looked at the excited Yang Lingyue in the arena and felt very happy. She had also heard about Long Chen's bet. Previously, she was worried that he would not know what was good for him and come over, but now it seemed that he was indeed a coward. He's the same as his father. Loud thunder but small raindrops. As for Bai Zhanxiong and his two sons, Yang Xueqing was much more satisfied. Especially the eldest son, Bai Shiji, who was also very polite to her. As for the youngest son, a cold light flashed in Yang Xueqing's eyes when she thought of that matter. If I find out who dared to do such a ruthless thing, I will definitely make sure that there is no corpse left. At this time, the Yang clan's old ancestor laughed and stood up. With a light tap of his foot, he arrived in the arena. Everyone could see the secret parchment book in his hand. Naturally, it was the Yang clan's dragon seal. Some of the smaller forces could not help but reveal envious gazes. The Yang clan's old ancestor looked kindly at Yang Lingyue and said, Little you, since you are the champion today, Grandpa will give this dragon seal to you. I hope that you can work hard and step into the 7th layer of the Dragon Vein realm as soon as possible. Yes, you, thanks Grandpa and all the elders. Yang Lingyue was naturally very excited to have the thing she yearned for in front of her. Outside the arena, Yang Lingqing watched this scene with bitterness in her heart, because it was also the thing she yearned for. Since I can't get the dragon seal this time, I can only work hard and break into the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. That way, I might still have a chance. Suddenly, someone patted her shoulder. Yang Lingqing thought it was one of her sisters, but when she turned around and saw the faint smile on the other party's face, she was immediately dumbfounded. You're really back. Chapter 16. You're really back. Long Chen smiled faintly as he looked at the ring and said mockingly, You were making a fuss about getting the dragon's seal just now, and now you're running away with your tail between your legs? What a shameful fellow. Fine, I'll go and fight for you. Yang Lingqing did not expect that Long Chen would really come. Her brain was still short-circuited, and this young man's confident smile made her unable to come back to her senses. However, when she remembered that her brother was killed by him, Yang Lingqing's face instantly turned cold, and she snapped, Little bastard, give me back my brother's life. This shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. The entire martial arts field was filled with the sound of discussion. Long Chen raised his head, and his eyes met many people. He smiled coldly, and under the enormous pressure, he straightened his back and stood on the ring. At the same time, the elder of the Yang family was about to hand over the dragon's seal to Yang Lingyue. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, the pupils of the people on the viewing platform shrank, and a few of their faces turned cold at the same time. Among them, Yang Xueqing's eyes were the most ferocious. She was about to stand up, but Bai Zhanxiong suddenly pressed her down and said in a low voice, Sister Qing, this young man is quite bold. I'd like to see what he can do. If you go against him in public, your reputation will be ruined. Only then did Yang Xueqing sit down, but the way she looked at Long Chen was still cold. Long Chen suddenly looked at her, and Yang Xueqing was startled, because the stubborn and unyielding look in his eyes was like a cold arrow, causing her to lose her composure. This guy has improved again, Yang Xueqing was secretly shocked. Long Chen glanced at Yang Xueqing and smiled coldly. At this time, he was the center of attention, and the person who stood in front of him, looking at him indifferently, was one of the super experts of the Yang family, the elder of the Yang family. The Yang family old ancestor also looked at the little guy in front of him in surprise. In such a situation, Long Chen did not show the slightest sign of fear, and even moved freely and boldly. Even at his age, he was secretly impressed by this action. He knew that the current Yang family was like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire to Long Chen. To be able to disregard life and death and remain unyielding, if he's not an idiot, then he's a character. This was the Yang family ancestor's evaluation of him, and he was very happy to see what this little guy could do. At this time, everyone's gazes were focused on Long Chen. Most of their gazes were filled with ridicule. The Yang family old ancestor appreciated him a little, but more people thought that Long Chen's brain was damaged. Long Chen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the Yang family ancestor in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Slowly, he knelt to the ground and said in a clear voice, "Grandson greets grandfather. Today is the family's general meeting, but grandson was late, so I should be punished." But he raised his head and looked at the surprised Yang Lingyue. "Grandson, as a member of the Yang family, also has the opportunity to obtain the dragon seal. Grandson sincerely asks grandfather to allow grandson to have another battle with sister Lingyue, to determine who is the winner." Long Chen's goal was to obtain the dragon seal. This was something everyone knew, but he had actually dared to openly make such a request in front of the Yang family's old ancestor. This was truly admirable of his courage, but thinking about the gap between him and Yang Lingyue, everyone shook their heads. Wishful thinking. Yang Xueqing smiled faintly. Most of the people present had the same thought in their minds. Looking at this young man looking at him in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, the Yang family old ancestor's interest was piqued. He said lightly, "Chen, big families have their own rules. Since you're late, you naturally do not have the right to participate in the clan meeting. Furthermore, this year's champion will be decided through a series of battles. If you want to snatch the champion's position as soon as you arrive, it is not in line with the rules." Seeing that the old ancestor did not reject him firmly, Long Chen knew he had a chance. In a clear voice, he said, "If grandfather feels that I did not participate in the selection, then you can naturally arrange an opponent for me. The dragon seal is given to the best of the younger generation. Sister Lingyue has never fought with me before, how would you know that she is better than me?" He then looked at Yang Lingyue. At this time, Yang Lingyue's limelight had been stolen, so naturally she was angry at Long Chen. Adding on the fact that he had caused Yang Zhan's death, Yang Lingyue could not wait to kill him on the spot. Long Chen looked at her and said, "I don't know if Sister Lingyue still remembers our agreement. If Sister Lingyue wants to admit defeat, I will naturally, enough." Yang Lingyue's face was as cold as ice. She looked at the Yang family's ancestor and said, "Grandfather, today I will fight with this brat, lest he embarrasses himself here, and also to prevent people from saying that I am not worthy of my title as the champion. What I hate the most in my life are these kinds of despicable people who secretly hurt others. Today, I will teach him a lesson." Yang Lingyue also insisted. The Yang family's ancestor smiled mysteriously and said, "Since both of you have made such a request, this old bag of bones can only agree. However, in a martial arts competition, the two of you must restrain yourselves. If you embarrass the Yang family, no one will be able to obtain the dragon seal." Having successfully provoked Yang Lingyue, Long Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, "Many thanks, grandfather. Sister Lingyue is a woman, I will naturally be lenient." "You!" Yang Lingyue was infuriated. Outside the arena, Yang Lingqing had a complicated look on her face. Long Chen had caused the death of his brother, causing his father to wish for nothing more than to hack him into 1,000 pieces. Before this, she had been on good terms with Long Chen. Now that this brat was in such high spirits on the stage, she couldn't help but admire him. "Forget it, I'll settle the matter with my brother after the competition. This brat is in the limelight, if he doesn't have the strength to back it up, he will definitely die a miserable death. Half a month ago, he was only in the 3rd layer of the Dragon Vein realm. With a difference of 3 layers, how can he be Sister Lingyue's opponent? What should I do?" Yang Qingxian and Yang Wu were also conversing. Yang Wu's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Long Chen. This brat is at most in the 4th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. He has only practiced a body-tempering battle skill, yet he is so arrogant. He must be a frog at the bottom of a well. Yang Qingxian nodded and said, "Indeed, a gap of 2 layers cannot be made up for with a body-tempering battle skill. However, he dares to stand here, his courage is truly astonishing." Yang Wu smiled faintly and said, brave but not astute, he will only become a laughing stock. Yang Qingxian smiled faintly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. At this time, the Yang family ancestor returned to his seat and greeted the guests. The battle between Long Chen and Yang Lingyue was about to begin. Sixth layer of the Dragon Vein realm, Long Chen gritted his teeth as he looked at Yang Lingyue with a gaze as sharp as a knife. I'm not joking with you. Today, I will do my best to fight you. Don't blame me if you die a tragic death. Hearing Long Chen's words, Yang Lingyue sneered and said, dream on. Remember this well, you're just a servant of my Yang family. Don't forget your own weight just because you have a bit of strength. Long Chen did not argue with her. Tensing his body, faint starlight flowed out from the surface of his body. His eyes seemed to have turned into two bright stars. Yang Lingyue was dazzled by the strong light, her vision blurring. Insignificant skill. I heard that you know how to use Meteor Fist. Coincidentally, I also know 2 combat skills. Today, I will let you experience the true power of Meteor Fist. With a roar, Yang Lingyue burst forth with the strength of a 6th-layer Dragon Vein stage. Her entire body was like a whirlwind as she charged towards Long Chen. Her fist shone with starlight as a faint fist imprint appeared and punched towards Long Chen. Regarding Meteor Fist, Long Chen had already mastered it to the acme of perfection. The only thing lacking was that his chi was 2 layers lower than his opponent's, almost 20 times weaker. In terms of Meteor Fist, you are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Long Chen let out a wild laugh as Yang Lingyue's Meteor Fist whistled towards him. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and with an explosive roar, he kicked the stage and shot towards his opponent like a cannonball. He suddenly punched out, and a resplendent starlight collided with Yang Lingyue's Meteor Fist. Good lad. Relying on the chi of a 4th layer of the Dragon Vein realm, you can actually use Meteor Fist to such an extent. Even better than Little Qing. On the spectator stand, the eyes of the Yang family's old ancestor narrowed. Those who were familiar with the Yang family's Meteor Fist looked at it with admiration in their hearts. Even Yang Xueqing was shocked. I heard that he used Meteor Fist to defeat Zhang, but I didn't believe it. But with this punch, it seems like his comprehension of Meteor Fist is on par with mine. Seeing that Long Chen had been pushed back by Yang Lingyue and was about to be injured by the Meteor Fist, Yang Xueqing sneered. Talent and comprehension of combat skills is nothing. Without enough chi, he can't turn the tables. At this moment, Long Chen's blood and chi were in turmoil from the huge Meteor Fist. His chi is more than 20 times stronger than mine. But don't think that I will die here just like that. His meteor punch with his right hand had shocked everyone present, but he was still no match for Yang Lingyue. However, at this moment, Long Chen let out a roar, followed by a punch with his right hand and a punch with his left. It was another meteor punch. Boom! With a loud bang, Long Chen's unexpected punch had completely blocked Yang Lingyue's attack. He had also steadied himself. But the 2 consecutive meteor fists shocked the Yang family members. The Yang family's old ancestor stood up and said excitedly, "What a genius! To be able to use the Meteor Fist to such an extent at the 4th stage of the Dragon Vein realm. It's extraordinary." Yang Qingxian and the others were also secretly shocked. Yang Wu, who had previously looked down on Long Chen, now had a very interesting expression on his face. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Father, this guy is only 16 years old, right? If not for the incident with Yang Zhan, I'm afraid that in the future, our Yang family will be able to catch up with the Bai family." The 2 consecutive meteor fists were also something that Long Chen had practiced for a period of time before he succeeded. The 2 meteor fists finally forced Yang Lingyue back. But at this time, Long Chen's blood was still boiling. He looked at the shocked and angry Yang Lingyue. Yang Lingyue is really not easy to deal with. I used the meteor fist twice and consumed more than half of my chi. If this goes on, no matter how good the meteor fist is, I will die. If I lose to her, the old ancestor may not protect me. Yang Yuntian will definitely kill me. Thinking that there was no way out, Long Chen's eyes gradually revealed a crazy look. Yang Lingyue was a little afraid, but she gritted her teeth and attacked Long Chen again. This time, the winner will live, the loser will die, and I will become a laughingstock. So I can only win, not lose. Thinking of this, Long Chen laughed crazily. Seeing his crazy look, Yang Lingyue was afraid and immediately used the strongest move she had cultivated. Dragon Seal is not something you can have. 9 fingers of Wind Devil. 1 finger. 2 fingers break. 3 fingers reincarnation. 4 fingers shatter. The 9 fingers of Wind Devil pressed towards Long Chen. Everyone knew that besides the meteor fist, Long Chen had no other moves. With Yang Lingyue using the 9 fingers of Wind Devil, the exhausted Long Chen would definitely lose. Outside the arena, Yang Lingxing's heart was extremely nervous. Sister Lingyue, the 9 fingers of Wind Devil is extraordinary. Even I was defeated, he has no hope. If he fails, everyone wanted to know how Long Chen would deal with the 9 fingers of Wind Devil. At this time, Long Chen did not retreat, but rushed towards Yang Lingyue. But what shocked everyone was that he did not move at all. He actually wants to die. Oh my God, he actually wants to commit suicide. Chapter 17. Long Chen's actions caused a huge uproar. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. Yang Lingyue's enraged 9 fingers of wind had already landed solid blows on Long Chen's body. Every blow from the powerful finger technique tore apart the clothes on Long Chen's back, and fresh blood flowed from his mouth. The sudden turn of events caused everyone from the Yang family to stand up, their expressions uncertain. Especially Yang Xueqing, her face was pale, and the armrest of her chair had been crushed. As for Yang Lingqing, her face was drained of all color as she rushed towards the arena. Stop! Sister Lingyue. Once the 9 fingers of wind had been used, there was no reason to stop. The Yang family elder was about to step in, but at this moment, he saw Long Chen's eyes. Long Chen stared at Yang Lingyue, blood pouring from his mouth, but his eyes were still burning. The Yang family elder's heart trembled violently. This was the most stubborn look he had ever seen in his life. Ferocious. Unyielding. Cold. Crazy. Cruel. This was what he saw in Long Chen's eyes. Even though his strength far exceeded Long Chen's, this one look made him feel fear. If this kid grows up, just his temperament will be shocking. If the Yang family elder did not step in, no one else dared to step in. At this time, Yang Xueqing stepped forward, but was blocked by the Yang family elder. No one noticed Yang Xueqing's action, not even she herself. Just as everyone thought that Long Chen was about to die, suddenly, when Yang Lingyue's 7th finger of the 9 fingers of wind landed on Long Chen, he let out a wild roar, pulled out his fist, and punched out. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, as if he had practiced it thousands of times. Yang Lingyue, who had just used the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil, was a little tired. Her heart was filled with fear and shock. Long Chen's punch landed squarely on her lower abdomen. With a blood-curdling screech, she was blasted off the stage and slammed into the wall. She spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. Yang Wu was furious, but Yang Qingxian held him back, helped Lingyue to recover, no fighting. Yang Wu looked coldly at Long Chen, then agreed. But in his heart, he had already decided to beat Long Chen up. Yang Lingyue was his sister, and he could not bear to scold her. Now that this had happened, the courtyard was silent. Everyone stared in shock at the young man who was still standing in the arena. His clothes had already been torn into pieces by the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil, and his back was even more exposed. The blood that spurted from his mouth and the blood that flowed out from the wound caused by the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil on his chest made him look like a bloody man. However, he stood firmly on the stage. The 9 fingers of the Wind Devil did not force him to retreat half a step. After defeating Yang Lingyue in the final move, he still didn't fall. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he glanced around like a god of war. After that, he stared at Yang Xueqing with his bloodshot eyes and laughed coldly. Looking at the figure standing upright on the stage, Yang Xueqing's face turned pale. She took a step back and her heart was in turmoil. She did not dare to look into Long Chen's eyes. Instead, she turned around and fled the place. Long Chen silently watched her leave. Do you see that? Are you scared? Yes, I am a member of the Long family. I am Long Qinglan's son. We are all unyielding existences. Everyone who looked down on me. You will find that I, Long Chen, will one day become your nightmare. And today is just the beginning of the nightmare. Yang. Azure. Frost. From today onwards, you will see a different Long Chen. He was everyone's core. You will no longer have the right to look at him with disdain. He will become an existence that you will look up to. In his heart, monstrous waves were set off. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered, but it was also the most awe-inspiring moment in his life. Because today, he finally stood up straight. Straightening his spine, he stood on the stage and glanced at everyone. Everyone could only look at the figure on the high platform. They were shocked, speechless. In order to win, he used his own body to block Yang Lingyue's 9 fingers of the Wind Devil. Then, when Yang Lingyue was exhausted from her attacks, he delivered the fatal blow. No one dared to do such a crazy thing. Yang Lingqing had just reached the bottom of the stage. She stopped in her tracks when she saw what had happened, but when she saw Long Chen covered in blood and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, she could not help but tear up. Finally, Long Chen's gaze landed on the Yang clan patriarch. With a faint smile, he said in a loud voice, Yang Lingyue has already lost the ability to fight, but I'm still standing here. Therefore, it's obvious who the champion of this clan meeting will be. Grandfather, please grant me the dragon seal. Please grant me the dragon seal. This voice was like thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears. This young man who was covered in blood but still did not fall, and the passion in his eyes that no one dared to look at, would be firmly engraved in everyone's hearts from today onwards. The Yang family's patriarch's eyes were obviously struggling, but he could not avoid the gaze from the arena. And at this moment, a green light swooshed towards the arena. Bastard! Give me back my son's life. It was the 7th layer dragon vein stage Yang Yintian. Yang Yintian was still in the Yang family, so how could he not know that Long Chen had caused such a huge commotion in the clan meeting? He had held back when Long Chen was fighting Yang Lingyue. Now that Long Chen had won, he was caught off guard. He immediately rushed onto the stage, intending to take Long Chen's life. Yang Yintian was much stronger than Yang Lingyue, and his cultivation had almost reached the 8th layer dragon vein stage. When he made his move, an overwhelming aura pressed down on Long Chen. The crowd, who had been guessing whether Long Chen would be able to obtain the dragon seal, let out a series of exclamations when they saw this sudden turn of events. And Long Chen, who had just escaped danger, was instantly in extreme danger again. Previously, Long Chen had used all his strength to deal with Yang Lingyue, and had forgotten about the threat Yang Yintian posed to him. Or rather, he had underestimated Yang Yintian's killing intent towards him. Therefore, when Yang Yintian made his move, he knew that he was doomed. Previously, he had been certain that the Yang family's patriarch would protect him, but he had been careless. The Yang family's patriarch was a distance away from him, and Yang Yintian's attack was completely unexpected. At this moment, Long Chen was in extreme danger. However, he had just defeated Yang Lingyue, and his ferocious nature was still present. Yang Yintian's sudden attack was fast and accurate. He knew that Long Chen was an arrow at the end of its flight, so he did not use any powerful combat techniques. However, just the chi of the 7th layer dragon vein stage alone was enough to suffocate Long Chen. Yang Yintian's fist arrived in an instant. Long Chen roared madly and unleashed 2 consecutive meteor punches. However, he was still sent flying by his opponent and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was burning with pain. After experiencing the 9 fingers of the Wind Devil and Yang Yintian's attack, Long Chen almost fainted. At this time, Yang Yintian did not let him go. After realizing that his punch did not kill Long Chen, he appeared in front of Long Chen in the next instant. Little thief! Die! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded, and a powerful attack that almost shattered Long Chen's whole body appeared. At this time, Long Chen was in a daze. His vision was very blurry, and he could only see a shadow of a dragon gradually expanding in his field of vision. The power that was 10 times stronger than the meteor punch arrived in an instant. This is the dragon seal. He did not expect that he would die so soon. After thinking about it, he still felt a little reluctant. But at least he had accomplished one thing, and that was to make that woman look at him in a different light. He thought of Long Qinglan, and he thought of Lingxi, and at this time, a warm energy suddenly flowed into his body. Long Chen actually discovered that he had become much more clear-headed. He suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was that the Lingxi sword on his ear had suddenly become bigger, and that fairy-like figure had once again appeared in his field of vision. Long Chen could still see her back, but this time, it was much clearer. When they came out of the desolate beast region, Lingxi suddenly shrunk the Lingxi sword into a small ear stud and pierced it into Long Chen's ear. She said that it was more discreet this way. Although Long Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry, he still let her do what she wanted. At this time, Lingxi was worried about Long Chen's safety, so she once again made Lingxi's sword bigger and came out. Originally, everyone thought that Long Chen would die under the dragon seal. But what was even more surprising was that the ear stud in his ear actually turned into a sword. Then, a fairy-like woman came out from it. Idiot, you're always so worrying. If you do this again, I won't save you anymore. It was Lingxi's voice. Long Chen was lying on the arena. He raised his head and still could not see Lingxi's face. But from the stunned gazes of the crowd outside the arena, he knew that it must be very beautiful. A few rays of sword light shot out from the cloud of Lingxi's sword and smashed Yang Yintian's attack. At this time, the Yang family's old ancestor finally had a chance to block in front of Yang Yintian. Previously, Yang Yintian's movements were too fast. Even though he was much stronger than Yang Yintian, he was still a moment behind when he caught up. At this moment, Long Chen almost died. Lingxi once again turned into white mist and returned to the Lingxi sword. The Lingxi sword also turned small again and hung on Long Chen's ear. Long Chen once again heard Lingxi's extremely weak voice. It seemed that this attack had taken a lot out of her. Ugh, I'm going to sleep. I can't deal with what's coming next, little she. After being saved by her twice, Long Chen was very grateful. He had always been a person who would repay enmity with enmity, and repay kindness with kindness. Since Lingxi had helped him, he would definitely repay her kindness in the future. This year's Great Clan's assembly had been full of surprises. Long Chen's appearance was already an unforeseen event, and then he had defeated Yang Lingyue. Yang Yintian's sudden appearance was already an unforeseen event, but the most shocking thing was that the woman who had walked out of the sword had saved Long Chen. In their hearts, Long Chen was gradually covered with a mysterious veil. Even with the Yang family's ancestors' knowledge, he didn't know what it was. This grandson of his had given him so many surprises, it was obvious that he had many secrets. But now was not the time to ask. Yang Yintian could have killed Long Chen, but he didn't expect that this girl would appear out of nowhere and break his attack. When he attacked again, the ancestor was already standing in front of him, staring at the ancestor with bloodshot eyes. Yang Yintian roared, "Father, he killed your grandson, my son. Why are you protecting him today? How can you face me?" The ancestor's eyes turned cold. "You're 40 years old today, that's not young anymore. I don't think I need to say more. This is the clan meeting, and the Yang family has gathered all the guests in Biyao County. This old man will not allow you to embarrass yourself here. We'll talk about your matters later." take him away. The ancestor of the Yang family was incomparably dignified. Although Yang Yuntian wanted nothing more than to kill Long Chen, he knew that the ancestor had already made up his mind. If he didn't know what was good for him and angered his father, he wouldn't have the chance to kill Long Chen. So he glared fiercely at Long Chen, swallowed his anger and left. He knew that as long as Long Chen was still in the Yang family, he would have 10,000 ways to kill him. Today, the ancestor of the Yang family did not allow him to deal with Long Chen, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He, Yang Yuntian, could act first and report later. After Yang Yuntian left, the ancestor of the Yang family let out a sigh of relief. Today's events had given him a headache. At this time, he looked at Long Chen, who was still in the arena, and was about to check on his injuries when he saw Long Chen suddenly sit up. From his posture, he was actually cultivating. That's right. Previously, he had consumed the mountain demon ginseng, and the huge amount of medicinal energy still remained in his body. This time, his injuries were more serious, and the medicinal energy was fully stimulated. After being injured, the true qi from the mysterious jade became even stronger, and under the double impact, Long Chen felt that he had the strength to break through to the 5th level of the Dragon Vein realm. To break through to the 5th level in front of everyone. Chapter 18. Half a month ago, everyone knew that he was at the 3rd layer of the Dragon Vein stage. To break through 2 layers in half a month, this kind of talent had never been seen in the history of Biyao County. If this was the case, it would be strange if the Yang family ancestor didn't try his best to protect Long Chen's life. Long Chen was absolutely convinced that his performance today had already shocked everyone. In the following period of time, he would be the hottest topic in Biyao County. His attempt to break through to the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein realm was surprisingly smooth, as if all the conditions were right. In fact, it was even easier than breaking through to the 4th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. The medicinal energy of the 2 mountain demon ginsengs was completely refined by Long Chen, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the long 5th Dragon Vein was opened. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth. Under the nourishment of the mountain demon ginseng's medicinal power, Long Chen's injuries were mostly healed. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly stood up. Everyone realized that a powerful aura had erupted from his body at this moment. His eyes were surging with a divine light. It seemed like he could easily defeat Yang Lingyue at this moment. This guy is really going against the heavens. Chen Lu, who had been bullied before, hid behind the people beside him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Those who had mocked Long Chen and given him the cold shoulder swallowed a mouthful of saliva as their faces turned pale. Seeing that Long Chen had really broken through to layer 5, the old ancestor of the Yang clan looked indifferent, but he was actually very pleased. In the crowd, Yang Lingxing's gaze was noticed by Long Chen. Yang Lingxing's eyes were naturally complicated. Long Chen thought that the matter was over. He looked at the old ancestor of the Yang clan and was about to ask for the dragon seal, but at this time, a few people from the Bai clan walked up to the ring. His eyes were already revealing coldness. The old ancestor of the Yang clan was slightly stunned, and asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Zhanxiong looked at Long Chen with obvious killing intent. He took a step forward and said respectfully to the ancestor of the Yang family, "Uncle Yang, I have no intention to disturb the family meeting, but there is one thing we must ask him." When his eyes fell on Long Chen's ears, Long Chen knew something was wrong. Just now, when Lingxi attacked, the Lingxi sword was exposed. Bai Shixuan had seen the Lingxi sword before, so of course he described its appearance. These 3 Bai clan members should already know that I castrated Bai Shixuan. At this moment, the Yang family old ancestor also looked over, his eyes filled with doubt. At this moment, Bai Zhanxiong gazed coldly at Long Chen and said, "Everyone, I'm sure all of you know what happened to my son half a month ago. The murderer was so ruthless that I wished for nothing more than to hack him into pieces." According to what Shursun said, he was chasing after a black iron sword, but unexpectedly, he encountered a masked man who wanted to snatch it. That's why he was in such a state. What I want to say is that the black sword that saved him is exactly the same as what my son described. Kid, that masked man was you. At such a young age, you are so cruel and merciless. You deserve to die. Bai Zhanxiong's question made everyone look at Long Chen. Bai Shixuan's matter had long been known by everyone in Biyao County. However, the Bai clan was the #1 overlord in Biyao County. Most people only dared to talk about it in a low voice, but absolutely could not make it public. But they all knew that Bai Shixuan's life was most likely ruined. Long Chen thought to himself, if I'm found out, I'm afraid the old ancestor will not want to provoke a conflict between the Bai and Yang families. Maybe he will give up on me. Anyway, the other party has no evidence, so I will not admit it. So he raised his head and said coldly, I don't know what you are talking about. What happened to your son has nothing to do with me. Also, the weapons in this world are not that far apart. How can you be so sure that my sword is your son's? Seeing that Long Chen would not admit it, Bai Zhanxiong was very angry. He said coldly, there are many weapons in this world, but there are not many abandoned swords that are 70 centimeters long, completely black, and 2 fingers wide. Do you still want to quibble? Long Chen said indifferently, you've already seen the sword just now, so you can naturally describe it now. You're a reputable person in Biyao County, yet you want to frame a nobody like me. What's going on? Seeing that they were arguing endlessly, the Yang family old ancestor said directly, Chen, can you guarantee to me that you did not do that? Long Chen nodded and said, indeed, I did not. I still don't know what happened to his son. Could it be that his limbs were broken, or his dantian was destroyed? Lying in front of the Yang family old ancestor required a certain amount of courage. His performance just now was not bad, and the Yang family old ancestor was a person who loved talent. Although Bai Zhanxiong had done this, the Yang family old ancestor was still reluctant to let the meat in his hands be slaughtered by the Bai family, so he asked before. Long Chen also guessed what he was thinking, so he dared to lie in front of him. With Long Chen's affirmation, the Yang family old ancestor said to Bai Zhanxiong, Xiong, this matter needs to be investigated clearly, we cannot jump to conclusions. Today, you go back and explain to your father. Brother Bai and I are sworn brothers, he naturally trusts me, I will give him an explanation. As for the rest, there is no need to say more. This was the Yang family's family meeting, and the Yang family old ancestor's face was the most important. Moreover, the relationship between the two families in Biyao County was complicated, and Bai Zhanxiong was about to marry into the Yang family. This series of relationships made Bai Zhanxiong frown, but he could only nod and say, since Uncle Yang has said so, how can I not obey? Since the Yang family became rich, my father has helped a lot. Uncle Yang and my father are like brothers, I can rest assured that Uncle Yang will take care of things. Before leaving, Bai Zhanxiong looked at Long Chen coldly and then left. Yang family. This kid, I will let you go for now, but no matter who you are, you don't have much time left. The Bai family is the real ruler of Biyao County. Bai Zhanxiong walked down the martial arts arena, but Bai Shiji was still there. He smiled cruelly at Long Chen, then asked the Yang family old ancestor, Grandpa Yang, he will participate in the beast hunting competition, right? The Yang family old ancestor's eyes narrowed, but he did not answer. He knew that this was a warning from the kid in front of him. If Long Chen participated in the beast hunting competition, the result would not be good. Bai Shiji then walked in front of Long Chen and sneered, there will be a beast hunting competition in a while. You better not participate, or you will lose your life. The aura of a level 7 dragon vein realm was completely revealed. Is this a show of strength? Bai Shiji's eyes were full of provocation. Long Chen smiled coldly. He knew that the next opponent would be him. After the Bai family left, the other forces also left, and the Yang family meeting finally came to an end. However, the disturbance this time was quite big. The Yang family old ancestor's eyes flickered. Follow me. After saying that, the ancestor of the Yang family walked to the front, with Long Chen following behind him silently. As for the others, they could only watch as they left, including Yang Lingqing. Such a big disturbance was caused by you. What kind of person are you? Today, Long Chen's performance was like a storm, sweeping into the ears of the servants. Those who looked at him coldly before could not help but feel terrified. Along the way, the gazes were filled with fear and respect. Long Chen smiled. This was the life he wanted. Arriving at the Yang family old ancestor's small wooden house in front of the martial arts palace, the Yang family old ancestor sat down cross-legged and looked at Long Chen. First, let me ask you a question. Bai Zhanxiong's youngest son, did you do it? Long Chen nodded. This was within the old ancestor's expectations. He carefully looked at Long Chen, and after a long time, he sighed and said, "You little brat, I've never seen you with such spirit before, but today's performance really surprised me. You wanted to use my love for talent to stop Yun Tian and Bai Zhanxiong. It was very smart, but also very dangerous. However, you made the right bet, so you survived in the end." Long Chen was not surprised that his plan was seen through by this old man. He could only say, "In order to save my life, these are all expedient measures. I hope grandfather will not argue with me." He knew very well that although he did not have any feelings for this old man, he was the head of the Yang family, the leader of the Yang family. He could offend anyone but him. The Yang family old ancestor was silent for a moment before replying, "With my temperament, if you used me like this in the past, I would naturally not let you off easily, but right now there is an urgent matter I need to attend to. If you do it well, I won't hold it against you. You should know that there are not many people in Biyao County who dare to use me. What is it that you want me to do?" The Yang family old ancestor looked at him with sparkling eyes. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Let me tell you about the history of Biyao County. 30 years ago, there was no Yang family in Biyao County, only the Bai family. At that time, I was just a talented warrior. I got to know the Bai family's current patriarch, and we went out to explore the world together. We forged a deep friendship. Finally, we returned to Biyao County, and I established the Yang family and had a group of descendants. To this day, my relationship with Brother Bai is still very good. Qing heir and Xiong heir's marriage was also between the two of us. However, recently, because of one thing, I have been racking my brain." Long Chen hurriedly asked, "What is it? Could it be that beast hunting competition?" The Yang family old ancestor nodded and said, "The Bai and Yang families have always been close to each other, but 10 days ago, everything changed. You actually crippled Bai Zhanxiong's youngest son, which made the relationship even worse. If I didn't protect you, it would have been fine. But now that I've protected you, the relationship has worsened again. I'm afraid Qing heir's marriage may not go through." At this point, the Yang family old ancestor frowned deeply. It turned out that the marriage was actually arranged by this old guy. Long Chen had already cursed this old guy 100 times in his heart. He was not very clear about the relationship between the two super experts of the Bai and Yang families, but from what the old ancestor said, it should be very good. Maybe it won't go through? That's good, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Why don't I make the relationship between the two families worsen? I'm afraid this old guy will be the first to kill me." Long Chen pursed his lips and said, "Grandpa, this beast hunting competition you speak of, what is it?" The Yang family old ancestor looked at Long Chen with burning eyes and said, "Our Biyao County is under the jurisdiction of Yuanling City, and 10 days ago, the Lingwu family of Yuanling City sent a message, ordering the younger generation of the Bai and Yang families to enter the Great Barren Mountain to participate in the beast hunting competition. The one who obtains the most beast cores will be given the right to manage Biyao County for 20 years. As for the next management right, it will be fought over by the younger generation after 20 years. For a very long time, Biyao County has been in a state of no one, and the neighboring towns all have their own managers. This time, it is finally our Biyao County's turn. 20 years of management right is very important to any family. Although Brother Bai and I are like brothers, this time, I cannot easily give it up. The old ancestor sighed and said, the beast hunting competition is on the afternoon of the 10th of August, and Er's wedding day is on the evening of the 10th of August, so this time, you young disciples will not have much time to attend the banquet. Also, during the beast hunting competition, there will be people from Yuanling's city to supervise, so we cannot go near the Great Barren Mountain. After hearing so much, Longchen already knew what he had to do. What Grandpa wants me to do is to cooperate with the Yang family disciples in the beast hunting competition and obtain more beast cores, right? The Yang family old ancestor nodded and said, in the younger generation of the Bai family, Bai Shiji and Bai Shichen are both at the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm, and there are 2 at the 6th level. In the Yang family, only Ling Yu and Yang Wu can take on the responsibility. You did well today, learning the meteor fist in 3 days, and using it to this extent. The Yang family has a glimmer of hope in the beast hunting competition. Holding the beast hunting competition is good. The Bai family and Yang family disciples have a good relationship. They will not kill each other, but you have to be careful of the Bai family disciples. When you enter the Great Barren Mountain, go hunt beasts by yourself. You must not meet with the Bai family, so that we can obtain more beast cores than the Bai family. Longchen nodded. He understood what the old ancestor meant. He wanted him to act alone, as a dark horse of the Yang family. He was also a hope of the old ancestor. However, when the time came, would it really be as the Yang family old ancestor imagined? How could Longchen not meet Bai Shiji? Longchen nodded and said, grandson will listen to grandpa's orders. The Yang family old ancestor laughed and said, you have worked hard for the Yang family, I will naturally not mistreat you. I will take care of Yuntian for you, and the dragon seal also belongs to you. Train well for the next few days, and strive to have a breakthrough in 14 days. Getting the dragon seal from the Yang family old ancestor. Longchen's heart was filled with excitement when he saw those 2 bold and flamboyant words. With the dragon seal, my strength will soar again. Also, Dad said that the dragon seal is not simple. I want to see what secrets it holds, and what kind of existence a dragon warrior is. At this time, the Yang family old ancestor took out another bag and said, here are 500 spiritual jades, take it. If you can absorb them all, you should be able to reach the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. However, on the path of cultivation, it is taboo to be greedy. You have just reached the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. You should familiarize yourself with the dragon seal for the next few days. For now, you can go back and rest. Only then did Longchen take his leave. Half a month's time, the beast hunting competition and the wedding, these 2 times clash. What should I do? Forget it, I will first cultivate the dragon seal and see how strong I can become. Chapter 19. Azure Dragon Seal. Sitting on his bed in the attic, Longchen flipped through the dragon seal dozens of times until he was tired. Only then did Longchen place the dragon seal on the edge of the bed. Because it's a high-level cultivation technique, few people in the Yang family practice it. That's why they gave me this dragon seal. Looking at the ancient material of the parchment, it should be the original copy. But Dad said that there's a secret in it, the key to me becoming a dragon warrior. But why can't I find it? Longchen lay down on the bed and stared out the window in a daze. What rubbish is this? Isn't it just a few pieces of parchment? What secret could there be? So many people in the Yang family have seen this secret manual. If there was one, it would have been discovered long ago. Longchen was a little depressed. Something's wrong. Longchen excitedly sat up from the bed. It's because the secret is not easy to find that so many people in the Yang family have not discovered it. Since Dad let me get this secret manual, I think if I work hard, I'll naturally find out what's in it. Longchen picked up the dragon seal again and looked at the lines of beautiful handwriting. He looked at them word by word. He even looked at the corners of some pages, but in the end, he still didn't find anything. I'm already at the 5th level of the Dragon Vein realm, but with the stellar battle body, ordinary 6th level Dragon Vein realm experts are no match for me. With this dragon seal, I can burst out with even greater battle strength. Unfortunately, the stellar battle body is a middle yellow level cultivation technique. If I face experts above the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm, I will no longer have an advantage. The hunting meet is about to begin. That Bai Shiji hates me to the core. If I can't find a solution before then, I'll definitely die, not to mention making a name for myself. Thinking of Bai Shiji and the others who were already at the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm, Longchen frowned deeply. He had the clearest estimation of his own strength. Against a 6th level Dragon Vein, he might be able to easily win, but against a 7th level Dragon Vein, there was no hope. The Dragon Vein realm was divided into 9 levels, and the first 6 levels were known as the minor dragon veins. The minor dragon veins weren't very thick, and they weren't long enough, so the amount of Jinqi they could produce was limited. The 6th to 7th layer of the Dragon Vein realm was a watershed. The dragon veins above the 7th layer were known as the Human Dragon Vein, Earth Dragon Vein, and Sky Dragon Vein. Each dragon vein was twice as thick and long as the small dragon vein. The Sky Dragon Vein meandered around the body, and its length was almost as long as all the other dragon veins combined. Therefore, Longchen knew that the Dragon Vein realm would get harder and harder to cultivate towards the end. This was also the reason why there were so few experts in the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. The biggest difference between Longchen and Longchen, who was at the 7th level of the Dragon Vein realm, was that the Dragon Vein required 10 times more innate qi than the 6th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Therefore, Bai Shiji's strength, in terms of innate qi, was 20 to 30 times stronger than Longchen. However, a cold light burst out from Longchen's eyes as he thought to himself, Bai Shiji is Bai Zhanxiong's son. If it's his son, I must be stronger than him. Only then can I let that woman know who's the real trash, and who's the ignorant and incompetent one. Although he said that, there was still a heavy pressure in his heart. At least for now, he had no way to deal with the dragon mark on his hand. If he were to muddle through these 10 days like this, then he might be muddle-headed for the rest of his life. Dragon Warrior, what exactly is this thing? Dad actually said that it's a legend that has disappeared for a long time. I've only heard of the incomparably mystical beast warriors and soldier warriors, but I've never heard of this dragon warrior. However, Dad and Lingxi said that this incomparably vast world is called the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, and according to legend, our human race is also the descendant of the ancient divine dragons that can penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Presumably, the dragon warriors have an inseparable relationship with the dragons of ancient myths. During the family gathering, Lingxi had probably exhausted all of her energy when she made her move. Therefore, even after 3 days, she still hadn't woken up. Longchen was a little worried as he thought to himself, this girl couldn't have left just like that, right? She has already saved me twice, so she can be considered my savior. However, I said that I would protect her. If anything happens in the future, I definitely can't let her take action. He looked at the dragon mark in his hand again. Dad only wants me to obtain this secret manual, but he didn't tell me how to discover the secret manual. I still have to rely on my own efforts, but if only Lingxi was here. This little girl's identity is mysterious, so she must have a huge background and is very knowledgeable. I believe she can answer this question for me. Longchen sighed, laid down on the bed, and covered his face with the dragon mark. What's going on? Longchen discovered that when he placed the dragon mark on his head, he discovered that the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly trembled, but there was no other movement. At this time, a small voice suddenly sounded in Longchen's ear. The owner of the voice was so weak. There seems to be a restriction on this secret manual. The person who spoke was Lingxi. Now that Lingxi's sword had turned into the size of an earring and was pressed against Longchen's ear, even if her voice was very soft, Longchen could still hear it. Hearing Lingxi's voice, the worry in Longchen's heart finally eased a little, but Lingxi's voice was still weak. He knew that Lingxi definitely hadn't recovered, so he hurriedly said, "Little Shi, how are you now? This time it's all my fault for being impulsive. I swear, in the future, this kind of thing will never happen again." Moreover, you only took action once and you became so weak. It doesn't matter. Lingxi interrupted. Long Chen was a little moved, but he still clenched his teeth and said, "What doesn't matter? Remember this clearly, in the future, don't take action in my matters. If I am killed because of my recklessness, then I deserve to die. But if you die because of me, I, Long Chen, will blame myself for the rest of my life, then I might as well die. Now tell me, what is the situation?" Long Chen was a little angry, and Lingxi was also a little quiet out of fear. She obediently said, "I have disappeared, and now there is only darkness around me. My current consciousness is completely maintained by the strength of my previous soul. This kind of strength is used less and less. Because of the panic and fear in my heart, I rode the Lingxi sword to fly a long distance, so my soul strength is not much. Adding on to the 2 times I took action, if I don't have the medicine to nourish my soul in the next few days, then Long Chen was like a bolt from the blue, almost roaring, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lingxi felt a little wronged, sobbing, "Why are you so fierce to me? Didn't I just wake up? Moreover, if I didn't take action last time, you would have died. How could I have had the time to tell you?" Only then did Long Chen's mood calm down. He was silent for a moment, then said, "Little Shi, thank you, but as a man, I won't let this kind of situation happen again. I will go out and find the medicine you said to nourish your soul." Lingxi almost sacrificed her own life to save him. Although Long Chen didn't say how touched he was, in his heart, he had already regarded Lingxi as an important person in his life, someone who was worth sacrificing his life for. Long Chen put the dragon seal in his chest pocket and went out. He wasn't very familiar with the medicine for cultivators, and the only person he had a good relationship with in the Yang family was Yang Lingqing, so he decided to go find her. Medicine to nourish the soul is not that easy to find, and generally they are more expensive. "Long Chen, have I become a burden to you? What nonsense are you talking about? You saved my life, I spent some effort on you, how is this a burden? Are you out of your mind?" Although Long Chen's words were very fierce, the deep concern in his tone still made Lingxi feel very good. As she looked at this resolute youth, Lingxi's little head began to think about many things. This disaster had also made her, who used to be carefree and worry-free, gradually mature. "Right, you just said that there is a restriction on the dragon seal, what is it? Can you solve it?" Previously, because of Lingxi, he had forgotten about this important matter. Now that he thought about it, Long Chen asked with a face full of expectation. "My current soul strength is not enough for me to clearly see this restriction, but if I can obtain medicine to nourish the soul, I think I can give it a try." Long Chen was overjoyed and said, "Little Shi, you're really capable. How great would it be if you had a healthy body? I can kiss you as a reward." After saying this, Long Chen laughed. "Humph. In your dreams, a toad lusting for swan meat. But if you want to solve the restriction, you will need more than a little medicine. I am a big eater, if you want me to help you with anything in the future, it is very simple, I want to take medicine." All right, you medicine bottle." After making a joke, the atmosphere was not as heavy as before, but Long Chen still understood in his heart that the burden on his shoulders would be even heavier in the future. Not only did he want to become stronger, but he also wanted to increase his wealth. Only medicine to nourish the soul could maintain Lingxi's life. In a small place like Biyao town, will there be medicine to nourish the soul? Long Chen was still very worried in his heart. Walking in the courtyard of the Yang family, at this time, the guards and maids saw him, all smiling at him, but the smiles were completely forced, looking uglier than crying. Long Chen's performance in the family meeting had truly raised him to a level of status in the Yang family. Coupled with his valiant strength and ruthless character, if these small characters dared to disrespect him again, they would definitely be looking for trouble. On the side, Yang Wu silently watched as a row of guards walked past and saluted Long Chen, his eyes gradually darkening. What originally belonged to little Yuer was taken away by this slave. "Look at your proud face, but how long can you be proud? Grandfather values you, but he is only using you. All these years, second uncle has been conscientious, and although his cultivation is still at the 7th level of Dragon Vein, most of the family business is managed by him, and he has made great contributions to the Yang family. You, a wastrel who has ruined the Yang family since young, also think that there will be a time when a sparrow flies to the branch and becomes a phoenix? In truth, Long Chen knew that Yang Wu was looking at him, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. If someone had beaten up Long Chen's sister, Long Chen might have gone up to that person and fought him to the death. Therefore, he knew exactly what Yang Wu was thinking. Little she, do you see that man looking at me with a hidden bitterness in his eyes? I see, but it doesn't seem to be bitterness. You don't know the truth. In fact, he is a pervert, and has been secretly in love with me for a long time, but we are both men, so he does not dare to say it out loud. But his feelings for me are more real than pearls. Ah, so disgusting, I want to vomit. Chapter 20. Warriors Market. After finding Yang Lingqing, Long Chen stopped his conversation with Lingxi. Yang Lingqing had lost to Yang Lingyue at the clan meeting, but she wasn't discouraged. Instead, she worked even harder. Seeing that Long Chen had come to look for her, she felt very conflicted. She could only treat Long Chen coldly. Why are you looking for me? She was very clear about the grudge between Long Chen and his brother, but it had always been a small quarrel. Even if Long Chen had stripped Yang Zhan's clothes in public, she didn't think much of it. Yang Zhan wasn't a little girl, but Yang Zhan couldn't bear the shame and committed suicide. This matter was complicated. Yang Lingqing thought that Long Chen had done it unintentionally, but Yang Zhan had died because of his carelessness. Although she didn't get along with her brother since young, blood was still thicker than water. Seeing the anger in Yang Lingqing's eyes, Long Chen knew that he had caused her a lot of pain. He felt a little bad and said, I didn't think about your brother's matter. I can only apologize. The reason I'm here today is to ask you some questions. Yang Lingqing said indifferently, ask whatever you want to ask. I still need to cultivate. The demon hunting competition is just around the corner. I don't want to lose to the Bai clan. I need medicine to nourish my soul. Do you know where I can get it? Do we have it in our clan? Long Chen asked expectantly. Yang Lingqing was a little cold to him, so he was worried that she wouldn't help him. However, he was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Our clan shouldn't have such medicine, but we can go to the medicine shops in the market. Many of the medicines in the shops are sold to them by cultivators, or they can get them directly from some big cities. I believe they should have it. Yang Lingqing thought about it. Long Chen had always been fooling around in restaurants and brothels, so he didn't know what a market was, so he asked, where is this market? Yang Lingqing snappily said, the martial artists' market is indeed quite hidden. All right, I'll accompany you there. Long Chen looked at her gratefully. Although this girl hated Long Chen, when Long Chen was in need, she would still do her best to help. Her character was indeed much better than Yang Lingyue and Yang Wu. Yang Lingqing and Long Chen walking together was indeed quite eye-catching, but they couldn't say anything. After all, they were the young master and young miss of the Yang family. Long Chen's reputation had spread throughout Biyao town in the past few days. He had become a household name in Biyao town. Many people knew him in the past, but he had always been the target of disdain. Who would have thought that in just 1 month, he would have a complete turnaround and become the most famous young man in Biyao town? Oh right, you were so fast when you practiced Meteor Fist. How's the dragon seal? On the way, Yang Lingqing suddenly asked. Long Chen smiled faintly and said, are you jealous? I can still teach you, but can you call me Chen? Yang Lingqing immediately turned her face away and snappily said, I'm only at the 5th layer of Dragon Vein realm, I don't have chi to practice the dragon seal, and I have to rely on my own strength to obtain the dragon seal. Looking at this girl's stubborn gaze, Long Chen secretly admired her. After walking for a while, Yang Lingqing frowned and said, you're also at the 5th layer of Dragon Vein realm, and the dragon seal is a high-grade cultivation technique. It's useless for you. Why not give it to Sister Lingyue? Her strength is close to the 7th layer of Dragon Vein realm, maybe there's some hope. After all, it was a high-grade cultivation technique, and he was indeed only at the 5th layer of Dragon Vein realm. Long Chen was not surprised that Yang Lingqing did not think highly of him. He only smiled faintly and did not say anything. Long Chen, you know about the demon hunting competition, right? The Bai family is already stronger than our Yang family. If they manage to manage Biyao town, our Yang family will probably have a hard time. Right now, almost everyone in Biyao town has begun to tacitly agree that the Bai family will become the manager of Biyao town in the future, and will become a part of the Lingwu family's power in Yuanling City, exercising the power of the Lingwu family. Long Chen had heard of the Lingwu family in Yuanling City before. This was the number 1 family in Yuanling County appointed by the Cangyang Kingdom's royal family. They had the power to manage the entire Yuanling County, and could be considered as the super overlord of the entire Yuanling County. If one became the manager of Biyao town, they would undoubtedly receive the protection of the Lingwu family, and would also receive great profits. So even though the Yang family's old ancestor and Bai family's patriarch were like brothers, they also wanted to fight for it this time. Long Chen smiled and said, that's because they are ignorant. Yang Lingqing tucked her long hair behind her ears, and her eyes revealed a trace of helplessness as she said, among the young experts of our Yang family, there are big brother Yang Wu, sister Lingyue, and you. At most, we have 1 level 7 dragon vein and 2 level 6 dragon vein. The Bai family has 2 level 6 and level 7 dragon vein respectively. Bai Shiji's cultivation is the same as big brother Yang Wu's, but Bai Shichen reached level 7 dragon vein at the age of 17, and was the first person to reach level 7 dragon vein. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he has always been the number 1 expert of the younger generation in Biyao town. Long Chen asked doubtfully, but they are both level 7 dragon vein, what's so special about Bai Shichen? Yang Lingqing shook her head and said, you don't know, but it is said that he is about to break through to level 8 dragon vein. Moreover, it is said that he has already learned the 2nd finger of the Bai family's high-grade yellow rank nether finger. The nether finger is even stronger than our Yang family's dragon seal. Our dragon seal has 2 moves, but the nether finger has 3, and the attack power of the 2nd finger far surpasses the azure dragon seal. Big brother Yang Wu has only learned the azure dragon seal. When Yang Lingqing described Bai Shichen, her tone was filled with helplessness. The 7th level of the dragon vein stage, the nether heaven finger? It is indeed terrifying. But I, Long Chen, only lost to him in terms of qi. At this time, Yang Lingqing turned her head to look at him and said, with Bai Shichen, it is possible for the Bai family to hunt level 8 yellow rank demonic beasts. Tell me, how can our Yang family be a match for them? Long Chen did not know how to answer her, so he said, there is no need to be discouraged now. If I admit defeat before it even starts, that would be the behavior of a coward. In any case, I, Long Chen, am not a coward. When the time comes, who cares what Bai he is, even if he is white, I will beat him black. Yang Lingqing couldn't stand Long Chen's occasional flippancy. She rolled her eyes at Long Chen and said, you still haven't changed your bad habit of bragging. You and the Bai clan have a huge feud. Speaking of which, you'll be the one in the most danger during the demon hunting tournament. I think you'd better focus on your cultivation. When the time comes, you'd better hide far away to avoid being humiliated, Long Chen hurriedly said, all right, great aunt, this lowly one understands. However, he laughed coldly in his heart and thought to himself, hide further away? That is not my style. Seeing that Long Chen was still indifferent, Yang Lingqing was really speechless. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen followed Yang Lingqing into a tall loft, turned a few corridors, and entered a door. He did not expect to see a wide and open world in front of him. Looking at the streets and shops in front of him, Long Chen was a little dazed. This is the warrior's market square, but I do not know about the spiritual herbs you are looking for. You should go ask yourself. You have been smart since you were young, so you will not be cheated by others. I have almost reached Dragon Vein Stage 6, but I am always lacking an opportunity. Since I am here, I will go look for it myself, so that I will not be angered to death by you." After saying that, she did not ask for Long Chen's opinion and turned into one of the streets. There were many cultivators in Biyao town. With a glance, Long Chen could see more than 100 people walking on the street. They were all cultivators, and there were even some experts hidden among them. This warrior's market is a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are. "Little Shi, can you sense the presence of any soul-nurturing medicine?" Lingxi's weak voice sounded in his ear. "Come a little closer, I can't sense it if you are too far away. In this small town, such herbs should be quite rare. I need to search carefully." Lingxi's voice became much weaker. Long Chen was also very anxious, so he kept praying in his heart that he must find that herb. After making up his mind, Long Chen entered the first medicine shop. There were many shops in the warrior's market, some forging weapons, some selling spiritual herbs, and some pawn shops. These pawn shops mainly collected materials from demonic beasts, as well as some rare treasures. Of course, if there were pawns, there would be people buying them. In any case, almost everything a cultivator needed could be found here. Walking into the first medicine shop, Long Chen smelled a rich medicinal fragrance. Even spiritual herbs like the mountain monster ginseng could be found here. Long Chen had already observed that transactions here were conducted using spirit jades. No matter how much gold or silver one had, it didn't count. He only had 500 spirit jades, so he knew he had to use them sparingly. These 500 spirit jades were given to him by the Yang family ancestor for cultivation, but in order to save Lingxi's life, Long Chen couldn't care less. Long Chen pretended to look around and walked around the shop. In fact, the one looking was Lingxi, but after walking around, he found that she wasn't there. Long Chen anxiously found the shop owner, a stern middle-aged man, and asked, "Excuse me, does your shop sell spiritual herbs?" The shop owner was startled and said, "I'm sorry, we don't." Long Chen's face was filled with disappointment. "Young man, in a small town like Biyao town, spiritual herbs basically can't be sold, so shops like mine usually don't sell them. But if you really need it, you can try other shops." Long Chen nodded his head and thanked the shop owner. Only then did he walk out of the medicine shop and anxiously asked Ling Shi, "From what he said, it seems like Biyao town doesn't have this kind of medicine at all. Then what should I do?" Little Shi's voice was filled with panic. Biyao town's seclusion had exceeded her imagination. Long Chen clenched his fists. "No, I haven't looked at the other shops yet, so I can't make a conclusion yet. I'll continue looking. I don't believe there isn't even a single spiritual herb in such a big martial artists' market." Saying so, he went searching one shop after another. In the martial artists' market, there were no less than 50 medicine shops. Long Chen spent a lot of time asking them one by one, but this was only secondary. What worried him the most was that the results he got were all bad news. "I'm sorry, we don't have this kind of spiritual herb. We don't usually sell it. We don't usually accept this kind of herb." Long Chen's face darkened, and his heart became more and more anxious. "If you really can't find it, then forget it. Ever since my body was destroyed, I know I don't have much time left. But Long Chen, being able to meet you, it's really good." Long Chen's eyes gradually turned red. He growled, "Don't say such nonsense, don't we still have shops to search? I don't believe I can't even do such a small thing. If I can't find it in Biyao town, then I'll go somewhere else. What stupid beast hunting competition, I won't participate anymore. That won't do, and I still have to help you remove that seal." Just when the two were at their wits' end, suddenly a few explosions sounded. The pedestrians on the road all moved towards the source of the sound. Long Chen originally didn't want to care, but soon someone said, "It seems like a little girl from the Yang clan had a conflict with the Bai clan. Yang Lingqing." Chapter 21. The young lady of the Yang clan in this warrior's market could only be Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing was actually very good to Long Chen, and Long Chen also treated her like a real cousin. Thinking that she might be bullied, Long Chen did not say anything and headed towards the source of the sound. That sound should be Yang Lingqing using her meteor fist. The younger generations of the Bai and Yang clan generally did not have any conflicts, but Yang Lingqing even used her meteor fist, which meant that she was really angry. Long Chen saw a large group of people in front of him from afar. There were many experts among them, but no one dared to stop them. That's right, even if they were strong enough, how could they dare to make a move when the younger generation of the Bai and Yang clan were in conflict? Weren't they afraid of getting into trouble? Long Chen did not care about offending people and forcibly squeezed in. Sure enough, at this time, Yang Lingqing and a foxy girl were fighting fiercely, but Yang Lingqing was at a disadvantage and was about to lose. Beside Long Chen, two middle-aged men were talking. They should be the owners of these shops. This Yang Lingqing of the Yang clan is indeed talented, but the Bai clan's Bai Zhixing is slightly older, and her cultivation has also entered the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm, so she is slightly better. With a difference of 1 layer, it's already very good that Yang Lingqing can persist for so long. The Bai and Yang clan have always been on good terms, but why are these two girls fighting? I don't know either. When I came here, the two of them started fighting. It must be because of the management rights. Biyao town is probably going to change. Without saying anything, Long Chen rushed into the field. Just when he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard Lingxi's excited voice. She said, "Hey, do you see that young man? There's a dream Lingji in his waist pouch. It's a mid-level yellow-level medicine that can nourish the soul." As Long Chen ran, his gaze shifted to the young man, because he was standing not far behind the Bai family's Bai Zhixing. The other Bai clan's 6th layer Dragon Vein realm, Bai Shidong? What a coincidence that the thing he yearned for was actually in his possession. Even if it was for the dream Lingji, Long Chen had to interfere no matter what. Long Chen's actions caused everyone to look at him in shock. That's the son of Yang Sanyang, the one who's been causing a ruckus these past few days? I heard that he has already entered the 5th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. But he's still weaker than the Bai clan's juniors. I think he once defeated Yang Lingyue, who was at the 6th level of Dragon Vein. So what? I heard that he only defeated Yang Lingyue with a trick. His true strength isn't that great. The two chatting middle-aged men stared at Long Chen. They were looking forward to seeing what Long Chen would do next. The two chatting middle-aged men stared at Long Chen. They were looking forward to Long Chen's next move. At this moment, Long Chen's astral battle physique and the 5th layer of true qi were completely unleashed. His true qi was only a few times weaker than the two opponents at the 6th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. The astral battle physique could make up for this difference. Faint starlight spread from his body. Sensing the familiar aura of the stars, Yang Lingqing knew that Long Chen had finally arrived. Her face was filled with indignation and unwillingness. The other party had the strength to defeat her, and he was only humiliating her now. Suddenly feeling a powerful force acting on her body, Yang Lingqing was pulled to the back by Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was directly facing Bai Zhixing. The charming Bai Zhixing was in the midst of toying with Yang Lingqing. She did not expect that a young man would suddenly appear in front of her, and she immediately retreated a few steps in fright. Only then did the two groups of people separate. Yang Lingqing pouted and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen saw that she was about to cry and asked, "What's going on?" Yang Lingqing looked at Bai Zhixing with disgust and gritted her teeth. "I don't know why. She humiliated me the moment she saw me. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore and forgot about Grandpa's warning. Even a person with a good temper like Yang Lingqing couldn't bear it." What Bai Zhixing wanted to say was not ordinary. "She humiliated you? My sister can also be humiliated." Long Chen looked at the other party, his eyes gloomy to the extreme. "Little sister Lingqing, what are you talking about? I just talked with you a few words, and you attacked me. I was just about to ask you why. Why did you say that I humiliated you? Long Chen's gaze made the girl a little afraid. But thinking of Long Chen's strength, she became bold and pretended to be innocent. Long Chen looked down on this kind of girl the most. She dared to do it but refused to admit it. She looked innocent on the outside, but her heart was sinister. She pretended to be pitiful and refused to admit it. Originally, since both sides were not injured, the matter should have ended. But the dream Lingji, Long Chen wanted it. And now that he had an excuse, Long Chen would not let them go. He patted Yang Lingqing's shoulder and said, "Ling Qing, I've been your cousin for so many years, but I've never stood up for you. You just wait and see today." Yang Lingqing immediately understood the meaning of Long Chen's words. The others also understood and looked at him like he was an idiot. Yang Lingqing also hurriedly grabbed his arm and stopped him. "Don't, let's forget about it today. Grandfather said that we can't have any conflict with the Bai family. They have 2 6-stage dragon vein cultivators. Long Chen smiled and gently pushed Yang Lingqing's hand away. The determination in his eyes made Yang Lingqing slightly dazed. At this time, Long Chen had already walked to the center of the square. Seeing Long Chen's fearless appearance, the surrounding people started to talk and ridicule him. The 2 middle-aged men from before also looked at Long Chen in shock. This child's courage is not bad, but he's a little too impulsive. That's true. Those who are brave but not astute always end up miserable. Knowing how to endure and make a comeback, that's the way of the king. As for Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong, after knowing that Long Chen still didn't stop, they immediately sneered. Just as they were about to say something sarcastic, Long Chen didn't give them a chance. As soon as he walked out, his face darkened. He stomped on the ground and suddenly shot towards the 2 of them. Looking at his appearance, he actually wanted to deal with both of them at the same time. The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. Long Chen's actions really puzzled them. Even the 2 middle-aged men who were talking looked at each other in dismay. This kid is really a weirdo. He doesn't have enough true qi, but his courage is not small. At this time, Bai Zhixing and Bai Shidong looked at each other and saw the sarcasm in each other's eyes. Bai Zhixing had always been competitive. She took a step forward and blocked in front of Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed in front of her. A huge wind condensed on his fingers. Suddenly, a whirlwind rapidly coiled around his fingers. The sound of true qi swept past made Bai Zhixing frown. She sneered and her whole body erupted with true qi. With the support of her powerful true qi, she clenched her right hand into a fist. Before Long Chen arrived, she had already struck out. A strong momentum rushed towards Long Chen. Within that momentum, there were actually several faint fist marks. 5-direction true devil fist. Long Chen was about to face 5 fist marks in an instant, but at this time, he sneered and immediately attacked with his finger that was already prepared. A powerful whirlwind suddenly blasted towards Bai Zhixing with a momentum that could crush dry weeds and rotten wood. 9 wind devil fingers. 1 finger. 2 finger break. 3 finger reincarnation. 4 finger destruction. To everyone's shock, Long Chen's powerful explosive force forced Bai Zhixing to retreat again and again. Long Chen continued to attack with his fingers. The 5-direction true devil fists exploded one after another and disappeared without a trace. Although Bai Zhixing desperately urged all of her true qi, she was still shaken by Long Chen. Her face turned pale. Looking at Long Chen's fierce appearance, her eyes slightly trembled. Long Chen's moves were merciless. That crazy momentum made everyone present suck in a breath of cold air. Especially Yang Lingqing. She knew that Long Chen used to practice Meteor Fist. When did he learn 9 wind devil fingers? Moreover, he is much more terrifying than Sister Lingyue. How many fingers can he attack at most? Yang Lingqing's beautiful eyes stared at Long Chen. Just now, Long Chen had saved her. At this moment, she had already regarded Long Chen as her pillar of support. At this moment, when she saw Long Chen's desperate appearance, she finally understood what Long Chen's words meant. Ling Qing, I've been your cousin for so many years, but I've never stood up for you before. You'll see today. This sentence kept echoing in Yang Lingqing's mind. Seeing Long Chen continuously use the 9-winged devil fingers and fight until Bai Zhixing's face turned pale, Yang Lingqing felt very satisfied. Her eyes were slightly red. In her heart, she had long regarded Long Chen as her real brother. The previous Long Chen would not have risked his life to stand up for her. However, part of the reason why Long Chen was risking his life to stand up for her was because he wanted to obtain the dream Lingji. At this moment, Long Chen let out a roar. Once again, his fingers shot out like a storm. 8 fingers shattering the universe. Bai Zhixing hurriedly used her arms to protect herself. However, the violent force hit her arms, causing the clothes on her arms to explode into pieces. She let out a scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Zhixing fell in front of Long Chen. At this time, Bai Shidong finally reacted. Seeing this scene, his face was filled with disbelief. Then, it immediately turned into monstrous anger. He was standing less than a meter behind Bai Zhixing. Seeing this situation, he was about to erupt his qi and fight to the death with Long Chen. However, Long Chen's target was actually him. Therefore, after defeating Bai Zhixing, Long Chen did not stop. His finger moved like a whirlwind. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Shidong and stabbed towards his head. If he was hit, Bai Shidong's brain would definitely burst. 9 fingers pointing to the universe. Long Chen's action immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Those with discerning eyes could see that Bai Shidong would definitely not be able to dodge this sudden attack from Long Chen. Bai Shidong himself also knew that Long Chen's attack was too sudden. He desperately erupted his qi and desperately tried to dodge, but there was no time. The shadow of death gradually shrouded his eyes. Looking at the finger that was like a sharp sword stabbing towards him, Bai Shidong felt his whole body weak. Both his legs were soft and his crotch was cold. So, he had already lost control. Bai Shidong's crotch was wet. However, at this time, the crowd did not laugh at him. Because in the face of death, everyone had the right to lose control. However, killing Bai Shidong was bound to cause an earthquake in Baiyang town. Those onlookers thought of the consequences and their mouths became dry. This guy, what the hell is he thinking? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.